Cabbage.
That was good.
Cabbage.
And I think we have to adopt
Horrible.
some
Basically, we all just had to tell them stop.
Get out.
You need to put you out back.
And he was exercising and it was a disaster. We were like, Rick, we had to have an intervention.
For training.
It was horrible.
So if you
Oh,
want to
the
do the drainage. plan,
He lost some
you have to
serious
adopt,
weight.
like,
I bet he
don't discriminate.
I mean, it was like cabbage soup, cabbage salad.
I remember that now.
Fried cabbage.
Yeah, it was
stuffed
disgusting.
cabbage.
Oh, shit.
All right, Mayor,
You ready?
we're ready.
Where's we're gonna be? Never ready.
Okay, we'll begin our regular monthly city council meeting. It's October 21. It's 5 p.m. City Hall. So we'll call to order and pledge allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America,
And
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have our prayer guy here, Lieutenant Stokes.
Thank you. Dear God, we invite you to preside over this meeting. Even if we have different opinions, give us unity of spirit. Help us to each listen politely as others share their points of view. Help us to work as a unified team and combine ideas for a great outcome. Help us to work as a whole rather than as individuals. May we have spirit of camaraderie in this room and work together on our shared mission. Amen.
Thank you, LT.
Thank you. Okay, prior to our city comments and reports, we have a couple intros that we want to do for you.
Yep, go ahead.
One for our new hire, I guess.
Yes, we have two new hires. One of them couldn't be here tonight. He had a scheduling conflict, but we have Esther Dodd here. She's a 6-year veteran with the Kingsville Police Department. She's been on.
No,
for-
no,
Come
no.
on
you got-
out here. Come on. Say hi.
Can't get off that
Yeah, she's been with us since October 1st. First, we took her from Kingsville. She's been a great addition and got broke in over Sandfest. this past weekend,
It was fun, wasn't
I
it?
survived it.
so. And that, our other one is a rehire, Alan Graham. He was unable to make it today. We changed the schedule on him, so. But he left us a couple of years ago after the hurricane and went to seminary, and now he's back with us again. So you'll see him back out on the street as well.
Well,
easy.
welcome.
Excellent. Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
That means no speeding tickets.
Sir, you gotta give a description of your car.
Yeah. Okay, so EMS Director, Ed Jimenez, our director is officially gone, moved to Tennessee
Oh, really?
with his family.
Yeah.
This is, you got Daniel Johnson, our new EMS Director. Daniel's been with the city 10.5 years,
Awesome.
licensed paramedic, longtime Port Aransas resident with family, lots of family. And we're excited to bring him on board.
Yes, we are.
As director. We think he's going to do a great job and we're looking forward to having Daniel in the position. So.
Awesome.
Hey.
All right.
Good job.
Good work.
You have anything you want to say?
Speech,
Much of
speech.
a speech. Like you said, I've been here a long time and I really just appreciate the opportunity. I've done just about every position you can think of. EMT, got trained here, got my paramedic here, my licensed paramedic, went through the spectrum, been interim director and now.
Went through Harvey.
Went through Harvey.
Now you're boss.
COVID.
We've kind of done it all. Yeah. So we're just excited to have the opportunity to go the next step.
Excellent.
You passed inspection, so.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Keep up the good work.
Okay, we're ready, correct?
Yes, sir. You have the
Okay,
card?
citizen comments. Pat? Is she here?
Pat who?
Good morning.
She's
Good
here.
morning. You can see where I am.
There she is.
I didn't see you under there.
Oh, I was back there. Hi, Pat Kuklenberg, 410 Mercer. Port Aransas, Texas. And I noticed that in Article J, we're going to be talking about giving 3.25% of the hotel occupancy tax to the Chamber of Commerce. And I am against that because they are for small business. And we need to give back to our community like we do for the New Year's Eve fireworks. So I think that money needs to go back and stay in the city, or not go back, but stay in the city. And let's put it towards whatever we need, because we need other things. We've been talking about the short-term rentals and enforcing codes. And so I'm glad to see we have some new officers, and good luck to everybody that's on the force. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Let's see. Ken Mitchell?
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm a property owner in Cinnamon Shore since 2007, and I'm here to speak in opposition to placement of a new beach access road on
I'm
the
sorry,
current.
can you state your name, please?
157 Seaside Drive.
And state your name, please.
Pardon?
Name.
Name, please.
Ken Mitchell.
Thank you, sir.
I sent each of you an email, and so I'm not going to repeat everything that I said in the email out of respect to your time, but I think it's impossible to see in the future. And when that easement was placed many years ago, I think it was impossible to see the success of Cinnamon Shore North, as well as the density of development that's there now. What will come in the future on both sides of the highway, as well as the density of utilization of the beach. And for all those reasons, I think that we need to carefully reassess alternate locations for the beach road. And if at the end of the day, we can't agree on an alternate location, to consider whether or not we would limit that beach access road to emergency vehicles only.
Okay, thank you. Tammy Berkeley. I saw you sitting there. You can't hide.
I can't hide. Hi, I'm Tammy Berkeley. I'm the manager at Seattle Village. And I'm here in opposition to the dune permit for 1224 on the beach. The city of Port Aransas and the city council often must juggle what is best for the community, landowners, and tourists, and at the same time protect our natural resources. According to the Natural Resources Code, the mainland Gulf shoreline, barrier islands, and peninsulas of this state contain a significant portion of the state's human, natural, and recreational resources. These areas are and historically have been wholly or in part protected from the action of the water of the Gulf of Mexico and storms on the Gulf by a system of vegetated and unvegetated sand dunes that provide a protective barrier for adjacent land and inland water against the action of sand, wind, and water. That certain persons have from time to time modified or destroyed the effectiveness of the protective barriers and caused environmental damage in the process of developing the shoreline for various purposes. That these practices constitute serious threats to the safety of adjacent properties, to public highways, to the taxable basis of adjacent property, and constitute a real danger to natural resources and to the health, safety, and welfare of persons living and visiting in the area. This was written in 1977. Here we are 44 years later, still causing environmental damage to our dunes. Eliminating 16 feet of the foredunes for a private drive will cause serious threats to the property of 80+ adjacent homeowners at Seattle Village and Beachhead condominiums, not to mention the neighboring properties of Pelican and Coral Cay. I'm a little nervous, sorry. If you look at Exhibit E1 of the dune protection permit, the red shaded area of limits of construction creates an avenue of storm surge to travel directly to the homes of Seattle Village and Beachhead. The limits of construction exceed the property line and continue on to property owned by Seattle Village. Yet Seattle Village has not been contacted on the type of construction expected in this area. This area contains several smaller dunes that currently is a second line of defense from the storm surge. A breach in both layers of our natural infrastructure leaves the homeowners of Sea Isle Village and Beachhead very vulnerable to catastrophic flooding from storms in the Gulf. Sea Isle and Beachhead are one of the first condos here on the island. Both properties own land in the same area as Judson Beach Retreat Corporation. Development in this area can very easily be done by both condominium associations without obstructing the protected fortunes. Both associations recognize the protection this natural area gives to our homeowners. For over 53 years, these associations have chosen to keep this natural defense over development. Once this breach is allowed in the foredunes and the dune protection is altered, this sets the tone for the damage is done, we might as well join them.
Let's wrap it
Attitude.
up there. That's your 3 minutes.
Okay,
If you could wrap it up real quick.
so I just want to ask, how many dune permits have been issued in the last year? How many dune permits have been issued by this city council? And you have 2 dune permits on tonight. Let's stop breaking the dunes and start protecting them. Thank you, guys.
Lauren Graham?
Hi, my name is Lauren Graham. I'm the office assistant at Sea Isle Village. I will be reading a prepared statement from Dawn Whipple, president of the board at Sea Isle Village. She was unable to attend tonight's meeting. This is in reference to agenda item H, dune permit BFDP 21-2057 at 1224 on the beach. As someone who has had a septic system in their primary residence, I have some concerns over the construction of these systems in the wetlands. Septic systems require care and chemicals depending on the system to properly function. How will those chemicals affect the wetlands? Per the City of Port Aransas occupancy guidelines, these residents will allow 24 people to reside under their roof at one time, and that is taxing on any system. Has the city/county taken the fact that short-term renters often push the limits of occupancy? In addition, 24 people cannot park in 6 parking spots. Short-term renters often park and drive wherever. This could include the on top of the septic tanks or in the wetland fringe. At my own home, I am vigilant about people not driving over the tanks because it can crack them. Who will be vigilant there? Also, septic tanks require consciousness about what is being flushed down the toilet to ensure that they are staying in working order. Most short-term renters have no concept on how what they flush can mess up the septic system and will simply treat it as they do a municipal system. What happens when the wetland system, to the wetlands when the system invariably fails due to the abuse? I can tell you what happens to my yard when one of my kids flushes something they should not. It's not pretty and the smell is unbearable. Is raw sewage something that we want to take a chance on getting into the wetlands? Add that to the amount of decline that our ocean environment does to everything. How long will those tanks remain unblemished by the wetlands? My other concern is the amount of vegetation that is going to be destroyed by this project. Even though the home is on piers, all vegetation under the property will die due to the lack of sunlight. This means there will be less vegetation in the area to absorb the rainfall. Permeable materials will not compensate for the significant loss of vegetation in that area. Sea Isle Village's pathway on the beach, which has existed for 50 plus years, is already prone to flooding in rain events. Will this impact cause the area to flood worse? Has this been investigated? In closing, I would ask you guys to consider either not allowing this project or reducing its size to mitigate the negative impact it will have on the current wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve,
Yes, sir.
is, I wasn't aware that we had the septic tank still.
Yes, sir.
I fell in one as a kid.
Is that what happened, sir?
Huh?
I said, is that what happened, sir?
That's what happened. What, okay, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. That's the one that permit's been pulled
Okay,
off this agenda.
okay. Next is Patty.
Just kidding, Mr. Mayor. I was just kidding.
Hi, I'm Patty Maroney. I too am nervous like Tammy. I hate public speaking. But
You can do it.
I live at Sea Isle Village. We bought about a year ago and my main concern is that this property is already in like one of the worst flood zones ever. When you let somebody cut a 16-foot cut in there, I mean, literally, I am 100 yards from this property and I feel like that's coming straight at me. So it makes me super, super concerned when there's any kind of a flood surge. Also, when we have a storm here, the city builds sand berms on roads that penetrate the dunes that access the beach. The berms are created because the city recognizes the hazard. And so by approving the dune permit, who is going to be responsible for that 16-foot with berms during a storm? Will that be the city? Will it be the owner? Who is going to be responsible for protecting CI?
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you. PD.
Well, this is the first I heard that it had been pulled from the agenda, so I'm also speaking to agenda item H. I'm Dee Dee Collard. I live at 1129 South 11th, number 24, that's Sea Isle Village. I am a resident of the condominium complex and of Port Aransas and proud to be. I am also a member of the board of directors, and my statement has been reviewed by and approved by the board. As Tammy stated, for the last 53 years, we have endeavored to protect our wetlands and to be contributing members of the community and to be good neighbors. In light of those aspirations, the board of directors is willing to consider alternatives and compromises which address all of the above. It has been suggested that in exchange for the acre of land owned by the J.W. Judson Beach Retreat Corporation, we might be willing to offer a piece of our land adjacent to 11th Street. This is only one alternative that has presented itself in the short time that we had to respond to the planned duplex in the dunes and wetlands. We are open to discussions with the Judson Corporation about other options that would address everyone's needs. We respectfully request that if the council is unable or unwilling to deny this permit, you table the vote for tonight, allowing time for discussions between the Judson Corporation and our board of directors. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Are you going to be here? Because if the item comes up, it's not.
Just for clarification to everyone, and this happened kind of late in the day, but that item's been pulled due to a legal challenge on the mail out notification procedure, which we're in agreement with. So we are pulling that item for tonight.
Item H is not.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Well, there you go. Yes, ma'am. But at least you have time. You now have time to.
That's item number.
H.
or Item H.
Yeah, I
right?
scratched it for you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Boy, you do everything for me. Great. All right,
Lucky you.
yeah, Brian Olin.
Yes, sir. I'm not going to speak though, just in favor of opposition.
Okay. Daniel,
I think I'll say speak until the item comes up, if that's all right. Since
That's
it's
fine.
in the presentation now. Thank you.
did I miss anyone? Okay, moving on.
Oh, is it too late? I would like to say a couple words if possible.
Nope.
Absolutely.
I didn't
Right.
register.
Come on
that's
up.
all. We just drove in as fast as we could.
That's all right.
Well, you made it just under the wire.
Okay, well, good. Thank you.
We don't.
Hi, thanks. My name is, do you mind if I take my mask off or do you want me to keep it on? You tell me.
Just don't spit on us.
Okay, I'll try to. Okay, well, my name is Natasha Davis. I'm a homeowner of 164 Bent Grass. And I believe that you guys are going to tonight discuss access road be potentially being put there right in my backyard. So while I greatly appreciate the need for safety and EMS services, and I would definitely like to work hard to meet the needs of the city and the citizens and the guests, I beg you, please do not put this in my backyard. It would literally be right up against our fence. I have a 6-year-old son who plays back there, and the fear for myself and many of our homeowners who are right there on that border is that this is going to cause more incidences of emergency care and potential accidents. I literally woke up the other night in a nightmare that my child was hit by a car with a drunk driver going over the fence. So please, if it could be moved anywhere else, please reconsider that. I know that even county and the city of Corpus Christi have looked at some easements as well and have discussed flipping some easements to potentially meet the needs for Corpus Christi to have another road. And I just wonder if, city of Port Aransas has considered anything like that. So anyway, just wanted to express my opposition to that road being built right in that spot. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Come on up. Name and address.
Roy Harriman.
Come up here so we can hear
Okay,
you.
sir. My name is Roy Harriman. We live in Cinnamon Shore North, Social Circle 143-103. I'd like to speak in opposition of that same easement that is potentially going through. I think at a minimum, it should be just for emergency vehicles. And I would, Lord willing, hopefully someday be a resident of Port Aransas. We come from New Jersey. So I'd like to invite some of my friends from northern New Jersey to move down there. I love the great state of Texas. I love what you guys stand for. And, it's just wonderful to enjoy Port Aransas, January through March and October, November. And I know the summer is a busy time here, but I just wanted to speak in favor of not allowing that easement at that location.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Anyone else? Okay. Moving on to our consent agenda. That are your city council meeting minutes. August, July 26, August 9th, August 12, August 19.
We pull that.
Hmm?
We're pulling that. Yeah.
The whole thing?
Yeah,
Just the minutes.
the minutes.
The rest of the consent agenda will stand.
Okay.
When did you pull?
The minutes.
The minutes,
Oh, why?
because they're not in the packet.
Didn't
Does
get 'em.
that hit the
All right.
spot?
Sorry.
We'll get it next time.
Okay.
Well, next time.
All right. That item is pulled. Item B is an ordinance. It's the third and final reading.
Well, they're just, Mayor, I think, sorry to interrupt, but I think,
Something
so
was
we
missing.
pulled A, but so B and C remains on the consent agenda,
Correct.
so you can just simply pass them.
Correct, but we still have to read them out, don't we?
Really?
Yes.
Okay, there, you can't get away with that. Fran won't let you
You
get
gotta
away
read
with it.
them, right?
All right.
Two.
All
I
right.
didn't think you had to read.
I shall continue where I left off, so I don't
Yes,
have to
sir.
repeat that part. Article 2, beach camping, by deleting section 2750, recreation vehicles, camping permit required, permit fees established in its entirety, amending section 2752, camping prohibitions to define recreational vehicle parking and performing general housekeeping and providing for the severance, reading, penalty, and effective date. Who has that?
Nope, it's probably going to go read C, sir.
Hmm?
Just read C,
Okay,
please.
thank you for guiding me.
Yes, sir.
C is an ordinance, second reading, finally, finding that alley closing request VC 21, 23, 25, 32, being a 20-foot wide and 235-foot long unimproved portion of alleyway southeast of 717 9th Street and extending north to Avenue G. Aransas Holding Company, SDC Block 67, Lot 3R is not necessary for public use as a thoroughfare, providing the vacation, abandonment, and closing of the alleyway, and releasing any and all public rights, title, and interest.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda for items B and C.
So let me ask a question
Yes, sir.
on that, David.
Yes, sir.
When we close an alleyway like that, does half of the property go to both?
The property reverts back to whence it came. So like, for example, if a subdivision on each side gives the alley, then it goes back to each side of the subdivision. But let's say one subdivision created the alley entirely out of its own property, then the entire amount goes to that one and not the adjacent one. So if both sides contributed, it goes back to both sides. But if only one side gave the alley, it strictly goes back to the
Okay.
one side.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my motion stands.
Second.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Bricker,
Yes.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holt,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Villa.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Item 5D, update and general discussion on upcoming TxDOT JFK Causeway construction. I'm very interested in that.
Yep, me too.
Who's going to update that? David.
Sorry. Where are we?
I don't get it.
I was reading about consent agendas, and I'm right. You don't have to read out each one. You can document it.
Well, that's good. Who's going to comment on that?
All right, so we're on, excuse me, so we're on
D.
item D.
Yes.
Okay, so item D. We have been notified that there is JFK Bridge maintenance coming up. It is a 19-month project. So it definitely will have impacts to the city. I reached out to TxDOT, Public Information. Ricky, what's your official title? Yeah,
That's him.
reached out to Ricky a couple weeks ago. We traded some emails. He filled me in. I asked Ricky, we had some council members call in and said, hey, do you think TxDOT could show up and do a little presentation and get us updated? So Ricky worked on that, got the presentation going, and here they are. So they're going to give us an update on this project and the lane closures, and we can discuss what kind of impacts we're looking at.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm Ernest Longoria, the area engineer with TxDOT here in Corpus Christi. Public Information Officer is Ricky Daly. And first, I just want to thank City Council for letting me be here, scheduling me here to go over just a brief overview of what the project actually is. I really more so want to get into what that means for traffic, because I think that's probably, what kind of everyone's scratching their head on right now. I'll go ahead and get into the swing of things here. Just a quick history on the bridge itself. If you're not familiar, this is on the JFK Causeway between Flower Bluff and the island. The primary work is going to be right here over the Gulf Intercoastal Waterways. It's a little imagery here on the right, bottom right, kind of showing the bridge. The main purpose of it is some bridge maintenance. Actually, quite a bit of bridge maintenance. If you see on some of the data here, the bridge is almost 50 years old and really hasn't gotten much invasive maintenance over the years. The only work we've done here is add concrete medium barrier back in '79. And then in 2011, we added those dolphins or fender pier protection there that you see, those round column looking structures there. So like I said, it hasn't really seen much maintenance, and that's really the big takeaway here on the reason why we're doing work here. And then, of course, it's part of the big gateway into and out of Corpus, Flower Bluff, and back to the island. So a lot of commuters every day, almost 30,000. That's a average daily. So over a year, that's the average daily, 29,000. So just a quick project overview of what we're doing. And of course, this is TxDOT contractor who will be performing the work. We have major structural repairs, and that's going to be mainly on the bottom of the bridge. Where we're impacting the top of the bridge is going to be replacing bridge joints, replacing bearing pads, which is part of the bridge structure, and then also doing a bridge deck overlay on the very top surface of the bridge itself. So those items are really going to be the factors that are going to be impacting traffic. Total cost a little bit under $9 million. The duration here, we got 19 months, but I just want to emphasize it's not 19 months of continuous impacts to traffic. 19 months really covers the full scope of the work. So there's going to be a lot of work done under the bridge where we're really not, motorists won't even see that work going on. That's going to be under the bridge, won't be impacting traffic. But then there's going to be a stretch here where we are impacting traffic, but it's not going to take the full 19 months. So I just want to get that on the open because, people see that 19 months and kind of freak out. But so traffic impacts, there's going to be a 1 lane reduced going eastbound and westbound. That'll be part of the work going on up top on the bridge.
Will both lanes be closed simultaneously?
Well, here's this one. Here's a detail of the lane closures.
Yeah, no, exactly. So there will be 1 lane closed going eastbound and 1 lane closed going westbound concurrently at the same time. But we've restricted our contractor to only do those closures during the months between December and to the end of May. So we're really restricting about half a year's worth of work or down to those months to where they can knock out that work. And come June 1st, we're telling them, hey, you gotta pull your concrete barriers, get the 4 lanes open back up. So
and that was the confusion because the 4th bullet says between Memorial Day and Labor Day, single lane closures allowed Monday through Thursday. And all lanes must be open Friday through Sunday. So that's kind of a little bit in conflict with the first 2 bullets. Eastbound closures only allowed during October to May, and westbound closures only allowed during December to May. So 1 and 2 kind of conflict with 4.
Well, when's Memorial Day is May, right? Labor Days.
Well, Memorial Day to Labor Day is
Basically, it's
September.
the last weekend of May and first week in September. I guess one of the concerns we have is, spring break is also an issue, but I've known in the past when there's been an accident on the bridge or right before it, that road will back up into Flower Bluff and sometimes almost into Oso Bridge and past. So are y'all, on a busy weekend, that's going to be realistically that you're going to back up traffic for 5-6 miles because of that single lane. And I realize it has to be done, but is there contingency for that as well?
No, those are all good points. So let me just kind of double back. So Memorial Day, so Labor Day naturally falls in the months. So December to May, those are really the working months where they can do long-term closure. So Labor Day naturally falls in the summertime, so they shouldn't be having any long-term closures. This slide is really just long-term closures with actual concrete barrier. So we shouldn't have an issue during Labor Day weekend. Memorial Day weekend might be a little different. But the purpose of that bullet is to say that we're not closing anything other than the single lane closure. And if they are, they got to do it between Monday to Thursday, Friday to Sunday, which is of course your Memorial Labor Day weekend. They really can't be doing any closures at all. And that's really kind of what we do across all our projects. But
so then there's another issue. Republic is our trash service.
Well, and they're doing multiple trips to Robstown and back.
And which months does that fall in? Totally. So there's going to be short term, and all that will be is like barrels, drums, things that can easily be picked up.
Right. But the problem is when it's neck down,
right.
You have 100,000 people trying to get on the island, and that's the problem.
We're trying to get trash trucks on and off to take care of our
So it won't be neck down during those, that falls in the hurricane season. And that's really how I should have phrased it here, is that hurricane season is really the main reason why we don't want them really having those neck downs, as you're saying, but
that's westbound. We're also concerned about eastbound. If you can't get on the island, it doesn't matter how many people are leaving. You can't get here. Does that make sense?
right, but it falls between the same month. So we've talked to our contractor. They're actually sticking to the December to May. That's really their months of work.
For both lanes.
For both
East
west,
and west.
correct. So once you get into June 1st, the neck down there they're going to have with the concrete barrier going to be lifted. You know, whether they're done or not, it's going to be lifted, and that should alleviate the issue during the summer for hurricane season. Things like Beach to Bay Marathon, which runs through those months. So really, that's where we're trying to take out all that impact to
And
traffic.
there's no consideration for like spring break. People.
Yeah, that was one issue that Ricky and I had discussed last week, and I think, Ricky, you guys were still kind of trying to reach out a little bit, or what was the latest on the spring break one?
I guess so. Yeah, I talked to Ricky as well. So we're working with our contractor right now to see what flexibility they have during spring break.
And I haven't looked, is
so-
spring break 2 weeks this year, or is it back to one?
Two.
It's two.
It's
It's
two
two.
again, 2 weeks?
Right. It's March 15th to the 12th, the 5th to the 12th, and 12th to the 19th.
Okay, so it's another 3
The
weeks.
big one is 12th to the 19th, with
Right.
UT and A&M and all those.
Mhm. Yeah, we're expecting at least 2 weeks to work something out there to where we're not necking down traffic. And they seem, we already talked to them a week ago or two weeks ago, and they seem pretty flexible. They're willing to work with us on adjusting that, but nothing's really set in stone on that. We still need to figure out the feasibility of that. You know, because spring break it does fall within those December to May months that they can do work.
And how about Sandfest?
That's another one too.
How many people came to Sandfest this year?
Over 20,000.
20,000. And it's going to be April 8th to the 10th.
So we've got definitely some issues that are going to have to be worked out.
Sure, yeah, and that's understood, but you know, we'll be proactive, getting the word out. If it's looking like our contractor's still gonna be working there, then the best we can do is educate the public and let them know, expect these
Go with
closures,
ferry.
expect these lanes, yeah, use the ferry.
I was going to say, are you doing anything with the ferry and increasing staffing to compensate? Because I would expect more people will take the ferry.
I can't really comment on staffing at the ferry, but I will say that it'll be staffed with what's typically seen there year round, you know, around summertime. And during spring break, they're gonna, you know, they're gonna be staffed, you know, expecting that traffic. What we can do is make sure we're reaching out to them, letting them know people are using on the ferries this time, because you know, we have construction going on the other side. So we'll definitely, me and Ricky will work on educating the public and letting them know.
And I
about
realize it's
those
not just
alternatives.
Port Aransas, it's also going to be Padre Island, who's going to be equally as upset or unhappy about all of this.
Well, they did Corpus. You guys did Corpus this week? Tuesday. Fun meeting?
How long do you think you're going to do these lane closures? For a year? Or-
So we're actually waiting for a contractor schedule, but we're thinking, if you think of it like work seasons, December to May, we're thinking 2 seasons should really knock out all the work. It's maintenance work, so it's not brand new construction, but it is pretty invasive maintenance work. So I do foresee them possibly using those 2 seasons. But like I said, once the end of May comes around, it's, you know, everything gets picked up, and then we'll see you again in December. We'll make sure to enforce that, and you know, obviously we don't want to be impacting traffic more than we already are. So, but those are long-term closures. Short-term things like using cones and drums, things that are easily that they can pick up. There will be times where our contractor will need to close the whole bridge to do some work, but that's going to happen at real late hours of the night. They're only going to be allowed between 10 p.m. 4 a.m. So they got a 6-hour window to do those type of things. And then also they won't queue up traffic for no longer than 30 minutes. So they'll close the bridge, traffic will queue up for 30 minutes, and then they'll let them through. And then also we've already started coordinating with local emergency responders, make sure they got the contractor has a plan to let them go through if they're needed to get over for emergency reasons. So we're getting that covered with local PD, fire department, EMS. And then let's see. And then this is kind of just a graphical view of, if you're not familiar with the bridge, it's currently a four lane eastbound going and 2-lane going eastbound, 2-lane coming westbound. And then this is just a graphical representation of where we're going to be moving traffic. So it's a 3-phase maintenance approach here. The first phase being doing 1/3 of the work right there in the center of the bridge and pushing traffic to the outside lanes. The second third of that work is going to be doing work on the north side of the bridge, pushing traffic to the south. And then the final third piece of that puzzle is going to be doing the south side of the work of the bridge and then pushing traffic to the north of the bridge. So there's always going to be 1 lane going eastbound, 1 lane going westbound with a concrete median separating them for safety, of course. And that's what we're looking at as far as their December to May months of work.
How many years did you say that we haven't performed maintenance on that bridge?
48 years, it was 48 years.
48
Yes. And that's major maintenance work.
Major.
It's not,
Yeah.
it's not maintenance, so they've maintained it, they just haven't, it's been built, it's 48 years
Oh,
old.
so it's building, not maintenance.
It was built 48 years ago. This is really the first major maintenance that we're performing.
It's not built.
Correct. So we've done some
48
upgrades.
years that you guys haven't taken care of that. I'm flabbergasted.
Well, hey, our structures are meant to last pretty long. So, I mean, if anything, that's a testament to our structures.
President Biden, Mayor, giving them money.
Yeah.
Infrastructure money.
But
Oh, boy.
that doesn't matter. What matters is having it fixed so that we can drive over and not fall in the channel.
Well, that's what they're trying to make sure.
Yeah.
Correct,
But you
right.
should have been doing that over 48 years.
Correct.
Understand?
Correct. Yeah.
And you're not
Understood.
widening it or anything like that. This is existing lane width will remain exactly the same, just be maintained. That's it.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, no widening or anything like that. And really the main items of work are we're replacing bridge joints, which run transverse to the road, replacing some bearing pads under the bridge, and then doing an overlay. And that the overlay is more for preservation. It's so that we can get another 48 years out of the bridge. So yeah, we're putting in means there so that we preserve the bridge. We understand it's a huge gateway in and out of the island. So we want to make sure people can drive on it safely and not have any issues. So
Let me ask you a dumb
That's
question.
an understatement.
What is a multi-layer polymer overlay? Is that like, are you gonna coat the bridge so it doesn't rust, or what is that?
a multi-layer polymer overlay is similar to an asphalt overlay, except
It's not asphalt, it's polymer.
correct, right? It's a polymer type coating material, and then we come in and lay aggregate on top of it. But it's specifically for concrete decks. So
Thank you.
You said the average number of vehicles is 30,000 a day, was that right?
that's
That's an old estimate though. What's the peak
That's
that
an old
you get to?
estimate. It is.
the peak. I'd have to check on the peak. Yeah, during holidays and things like that.
I'm just wondering how many vehicles can travel down 1-lane road per hour at 55 miles an hour?
Yeah, it's a good question. I know City of Corpus is actually doing some traffic studies. I know they're working with us to try to get us some numbers here because that was something that they were also curious about, especially during holidays. Because yeah, the number I had on there is really average over the year. So it's really an average over a whole entire year.
Say it's at least what, 4 times that? Some of the busy seasons.
Couldn't tell you, but a lot more.
And then
Have you guys led the project yet?
yes, yes, and I was just about to get to that slide. The project team, so TxDOT is managing the actual construction contract. We're administering and managing it. Contractor is going to be Gibson and Associates. They're out of Balch Springs, Texas, near Dallas. And they'll have a local field office here. They'll have a local rep, and we'll be working day to day with them to make sure they get in and out of here. So, but like I said, we spoke to them. I'm coordinating with them right now. They seem very flexible. they're also looking for ways to, they don't want to impact traffic more than they should. So, so they're been open and honest and
Well, I would ask that you get with the TxDOT group that runs the ferry, because people will look at the time that it takes to go there and they'll divert here. We're gonna see higher loadings over here, so you would hope that they staff it appropriately and have the right number of ferries running.
yeah, no, that's a perfectly reasonable comment, and we'll make sure to get with them and have those discussions early on, because I mean, you're exactly right. It'll impact.
And David, one other thing we've discussed personally was the Republic and the issues and putting in a transfer station. Has anything transpired there? I mean, that would ease the.
I got a huge update for you.
Okay.
But we do have Republic here.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
We reached out to Republic.
Don't raise your hand.
Yeah.
And so Republic is here to, they're definitely interested in hearing what any impediments we might have during the summer.
Can we bring him up?
Yeah.
See if he has any concerns.
But I mean, this is, well, I guess, sure.
If the lane width.
Why don't
what's it
you
gonna
come
go
up?
Down to now. I
Yeah,
mean,
come on up.
If you're gonna have a concrete barrier in the middle, right? So the lane width for each lane is gonna go down. Is that correct?
No, we're maintaining the 12-foot lanes throughout yeah, we'll be maintaining the same lane width. In fact, there'll be a small shoulder too. So and that still leaves enough room for our contractor to do their work.
Okay.
Do you have anything that you want to add to that?
Mayor, Council, good evening. Yeah, just wanted to mention Mondays, of course, when you talk about that time period, Monday through Thursday would be primary work during peak and non-peak. Mondays are super heavy on commercial for us. So we will have to have back and forth across on Mondays. So something to think about. I noticed you have the contractor's information. We have that as well. Would there be a good person to talk to? Maybe could we have a meeting when we get closer to the project so we can discuss how that would impact both?
Sure,
Is that possible?
they just get a contact info from you and I can.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
And then, David, if possible, we talked about if needed, could we get and request an earlier access for commercial?
We'll
Because
approve
of this
that.
too as well?
Yeah, we'll get
We
that
already
across.
were discussing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll work with you on that.
okay, sounds good. All right, Bob, did you have anything else on that? Good.
How early were you thinking, sir?
Actually, can we,
Why
can
don't
we
you
finish,
come
can we
up?
finish this real quick and then?
Yeah, let's
discuss
finish-
your-
let's finish this. I mean,
Let's not, we're gonna
I don't
go,
have the
we're gonna
trash
go
on
into
the
the
agenda,
weeds here
so-
pretty quick
yeah,
if we don't.
That's
keep
fine.
the
I'm
topic.
but just some dates here, just real quick. Of course, they want to start right at the end of Thanksgiving. So they'll be setting contractor barricades and signs up after Thanksgiving and then starting the first week of December. So we've already spoken to them. The initial traffic switch, single lane closure, eastbound and westbound, will expected to be in December, first week of December. Project contacts, like I said, I'm Ernest Longoria, the area engineer with TxDOT, administering the contract. Ricky Daly, you guys know him, PIO with TxDOT, and Gibson Associates. Their contractor superintendent on the project will be Steve Baker. And yeah, I'll make sure to touch base with you guys. That's all I had, unless you all had any other questions.
No, we'll keep working together. Thanks, you guys coming out.
Yeah, but
Thanks, Ricky.
one thing, Mr. Clark,
Let
on
me
the
finish this.
backups that you see into Flower Bluff, we understand that's typically during the summer. And we'll have all 4 lanes open during that time, like you said.
Right,
during
but
early-
we're thinking like during spring break, during Sand Fest, any events that have down in Padre Island as well.
Sure.
You're gonna run into the same situations where you're gonna back up into Oso, if not further.
It's a project that needs to be done, and we don't want to inconvenience.
I understand.
anyone, but-
What we don't want is more lines of traffic going back way into Flower Bluff
We understand that.
down the cutoff road.
The other thing is there will always be emergency access for fire trucks, first responders. Corpus was more concerned about this. Fire trucks, EMS, if y'all have to transport somebody to the hospitals over there, the contractor has a plan to let the emergency vehicles through and the lanes are not neck down. So that was one of the concerns of the Corpus.
Sure.
The ferry, The ferry will be staffed up during the summer as fully as they can staff up. We have 8 boats. Typically, they'll hold one out there, maybe repairs on others, but they'll staff it as completely as we can.
Maybe in the spring too.
Yeah.
Spring
we'll get
break and
spring-
for
And Felix typically does that when-
Sandfest.
when he knows you have big events coming up. He pretty well gets as many boats running as he can.
And people out moving all those little cones so we can get lines.
I don't know if we've been remiss on advising Felix about events over here. I don't know whether he keeps track of that or not, does he?
What's that? The events?
Felix.
Yes, he does.
So he knows the events that are gonna happen.
Yeah, he knows the events. We dedicated a ferry during the Conquer the Coast to bring the bike riders over, and so they didn't have to merge into traffic. We set aside a boat and then run them back and forth. But that's it.
Very good, gentlemen.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you coming out.
Thank you.
Now, you can't just say that and leave. You gotta say. See ya.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Okay, thank you.
So are we gonna let Republic go here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not on the
Republic,
agenda. It's not
where
on
are
the
you?
agenda.
Okay.
No, no, we don't need.
Yeah.
No?
Okay.
It's
thank
on
you.
the agenda. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
We don't have anything more for them.
Okay, where we
It's
at,
been on the
David?
agenda.
Item E.
This is a resolution awarding request for proposal RFP for short-term rental inventory registration, compliance, and analytical services to Government OS, which is a business, I assume, David, right?
Yes.
Authorizing future budget amendments for 21, 22, and authorizing the city manager to sign contract documents related to the bid award.
Thanks, Mayor, Council. So this has kind of been a collaborative effort between, obviously, there's a lot of people hitched to this wagon. Our department, who's kind of taken the lead on the registration issue. Darla, obviously, who has a heavy lift on the tax compliance and all of that. So like I said, there was a lot of people involved, and this has actually been a process going on for probably a little more than a year. We started talking about this, but with council support and strong encouragement, we moved the ball forward a lot faster, and we appreciate the support in funding this project. So we talked to quite a few different companies. Obviously, we submitted the RFP, and I think it's fair to say that almost everyone we talked to was going to move us much further ahead than we were. There's I'll say pretty much subtle differences between a lot of them, the different companies that we interviewed. But at the end of the day, we just, again, obviously not doing anything wasn't an option. So we just chose what we thought was the best fit for us at this particular point in time. And again, I'll just kind of reinforce the 3 prongs and then let Darla chime in. The 3 prongs really we focused on was again, a registration system that was intuitive, easy, predominantly online for our growing number of short-term rentals. Obviously, tax collection, assistance with that piece, which is really labor and time intensive, was the other one. And then compliance, which I kind of break down into a couple of categories. Compliance, both in finding the non-registered, the cheaters, and then also the enforcement of the regs for those that assistance with that piece for the ones that are registered. An ongoing complaint system and a way to complaint hotline. Exactly. So that was kind of the focal point of what we've looked for. And so, Darla?
Yeah, we had 4 companies respond to RFP. We did multiple demos. Staff sat in on several demos. We narrowed it down to 3 of the 4 and did
references on all.
Demos again. We called other cities that have used both, some cities that have left some of the companies and kind of why. And it's kind of new that a lot of these companies
concentrated in tax, they've concentrated in short-term rental registration. And we really couldn't find a city yet who's using for both at this point, anyone definitely in Texas. Using both short-term rental registration and tax at this point, because a lot of
All
these
the
companies have acquired all the pieces. And so we just felt like at this time for staff, GovOS meets what we need, we feel to help us. And we're definitely a lot less in price than another one of the competitors. So that was just our staff recommendation, but
What has been some of the experiences government GovOS has had that they bring that experience to us?
I mean, we talked to several other cities that have used them. We feel they meet our needs. I mean, Dallas is one that I know you
Big
spoke
one.
with, big one.
And like Darla said, they
They're
all
all
had
good,
different specialties. There wasn't one that had everything. I mean, our wish list. And like I said, surprisingly, well, probably not surprisingly, we have more rentals. We had more rentals than what Dallas had, short-term rentals, let alone breaking that down into a per capita. So our growth is so explosive in this phenomenal new area that, like I said, even some of the vendors we talked to were quite taken by surprise as to how many we had. Keep in mind that again, if you support our recommendation, and again, as it's worded, there's still some little fine tuning that we've talked to David about, that even with that recommendation, we're still gonna go back and ask, like I said, from the initial proposal. So like I said, that, there is a little bit of additional ask we're going to get from what they submitted to us. But like Darla mentioned, the cost, cost is one of those things where it's really difficult. Yes, somebody else would do this little bit more, but I use this term a lot, the diminishing marginal rate of return. So for what they're going to do, is it worth this chunk of money? We didn't feel it was necessarily. And here's the bottom line. This is an industry that we clearly, by talking to all these folks, realize is very dynamic. I'd be very surprised if there's not another 800-pound gorilla enters the mix between now and a year from now. And these will be one-year contracts with the option to renew. We could come back and find the next best mousetrap a year from now. But so no matter who we chose, we figured it would move our ball forward. Obviously, we want to make the best one with the information we had. But at the end of the day, we're not averse to coming back a year from now and saying, you know what, didn't meet our needs. We moved it forward, but now we think we can do better.
Well, I've got two of them, a specific thing, but I was just on your point of like coming back next year. I think once you train staff how to use it, it doesn't matter what next year comes along and be like, we know how to use this. We're proficient in it. Even if it doesn't meet all of our needs, we have the workarounds as opposed to learning something new. So I think you're in it now, you're in it kind of forever.
Well, keep in mind that we're outsourcing a lot of this. So the idea is to take that load off staff and allow Darla and mine to do the other code enforcement challenges. So I don't know, Councilman Clark, I agree with you 100%.
Sure.
Because again, this isn't our staff. The whole idea behind this is an intuitive system that's going to help. So it's not a lot of training. And I mean, so am I wrong here?
That's fine. Well, I got two questions.
We have account managers from the companies who are going to work with the short-term rental registration, the short-term rental companies. I'm saying the account managers of these four companies.
Sure.
These staff, their staff from GovOS, or their staff from Avenue, or their staff from Granicus.
So it's not like when you're online, we're not like we're learning how to use it. We're going to send in like what's our collections, and they're going to write you a check at the end of the month or whatever.
That and again, it's a huge amount of data collection. So they're finding these, they're disaggregating the data into where our short-term rental density is and what's the nature, platform-based, self-rented, all of that, giving us these numbers. They're doing that. The scrubbing is the big part of it. I mean, at the end of the day, all of it's about finding exactly how many we have and who's compliant and not.
And then contact
They're
us.
doing that and giving us.
Okay, so it's not like we're having to learn how to use. It's not like
That's the
we're all
whole
learning how
idea
to use
behind
it.
this.
Got
And
it.
will
that
they
burden off.
contact them and will they get them to
pay? Or are
That's
you
a,
gonna have
that's
to-
a lot of it, correct.
You don't have to do that. They're not gonna give you a name and then you have to go.
Okay, so it will be easier to swap out. Okay, so now
I have a question. Can I have a question?
go for it, ma'am.
Okay. So on the GovOS, are they pricing it by per house?
No, the only one that came with the price per property was Avenue Insights. Everyone
Okay,
else
so
gave
how are
us
they
a.
How are they
turnkey
doing their pricing? GovOS.
They give us a flat rate for.
Is
the
it based on
ID
so many?
Module, the 24/7 hotline, the
Yeah, regardless of the
permitting
number.
registration regarding of how many properties there are.
And I think-
All of the others were that way. It was if we have 5,000 properties or if we have 1,500 properties, this is the price
Do
for.
they charge for every extra service they start adding on or they need or we need?
There's some add-ons, and again, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
is it's part of our
the
final-
only thing we've talked to them about, that there are additional sites. If we found, that there are additional sites that we want scrubbed.
What does
and
that mean?
They all are looking at, say, 30 to 60, 60 to 80 sites of Airbnbs, VRBOs, all of the sites out there that where people put their short-term properties on
To
to
advertise.
rent, to advertise.
Okay.
They scrub these sites and look through them and try to find them in the properties, because one property that's on Avenue A will advertise in 10,
Okay.
20 of those different sites. Are unique sites that may just be Silver Sands or just, CCMS or Life in Paradise, whoever there. Up to 10 more, they said they do that for absolutely no charge. We tell them these 10 are City of Port Aransas. If we go over the 10, they say it could possibly be $1,800 per site. We've already worked that out.
But when I
But
mentioned
even
there-
$1,800 per site to get you to $270,000 worth of price cost is a lot.
And when I said that, we've got some final negotiations that address those very things that, like I said, that we're going to talk about, before we hand it over to them. So like I said, that's why when you give David the authority, we'll all work together to get our best bang for the buck. If nothing changed, we still think we're getting our best bang for the buck.
Sure. You said that there were a few key things, right? Three. You said, what were the ones that really pushed you to GovOS then? Out of those, as opposed to any of the others?
David, a lot of it's just when you're talking with all of these folks, we try to do them all within a narrow time frame. You just get a certain feel. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you other than intuitively.
So nothing specific you can say, hey, these
They're
guys.
all so similar.
They all would do the fundamental, like I said, they would all do the fundamental, the what I called our main prongs that we needed the assistance with. They would all do that. It was just.
Yeah, even complaint,
Little
code
subtle.
code compliance. Most all of them have a process where, there's a call center. I think they were mostly
Compliant-
US based. The top two were US based call centers. They will work with you on your narrative of how you want a call to go and what your matrix is of who they, okay, it's a noise call.
Okay.
It goes to here. So most of them said, hey, we're going to work with you on your
Script.
complaint line script matrix. So all very similar in that. So like Rick said, they're across the board. They were.
And at the end of the day, from my particular department, Carla was the one that was going to work with them the most. Darla would be the one that would be working with them the most. And, and again, I weighed real heavily on how they felt about it and because they were all good. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, we thought our top two are both great companies.
Well, that's what I got an email from Insight, whatever, and they were like telling us, so this is an apples to orange comparison. And I thought it kind of read like sour apples. They didn't get picked, but I was curious. They were telling me this. Theirs are the apples and we're looking at oranges or something like that.
I would expect nobody else that competitively spent a lot of time in trying to win our business, wouldn't want you to think that they had the best.
Well, I mean,
apple.
I'm not
it's-
disagreeing with your assessment. I was trying to figure out what their apples and your oranges were. I mean, are we really missing something or is it just like sour
Darla said,
grapes?
nobody had every part of our wish list that, our self-designed wish list. So we had to, like I said, we had to look
That
at.
another city's already using.
Right. Sure.
They're all bringing to the table, we feel pretty much the same thing. And even when you're looking at
their portals online of like how the people are going to pay the tax, how the people are going to register. It's a very, very similar process.
What about Galveston? Do they have somebody?
Yes, I don't remember which one they use. They don't use someone for everything at this point.
And a lot of them are still doing proprietary stuff, the stuff that they've tried to develop, and
Yeah.
that's just beyond our ability.
And then next question, which is last one for me, is you said part of this is coming out of general fund and part of it's coming out of hotel motel special. Why is it not all hot tax,
Can't be.
even though it's
Mhm.
state law?
It's state law. You can't, you can pay up to $75,000 for tax collection, but you can't pay for short-term rental registration without contents.
But our short-term rental registration fees,
We'll cover it.
this is an accounting question, debits and credits.
Which is why I was asking.
But
the director.
our registration fees, which is why I asked for, at the time, a slightly higher fee, anticipating that we would have this. So it's fair to say, we'll cover it with what our current registration fee. Sure.
It is. And if we feel like, our registrations could be lowered in the future, if we went with a lower company, then we could do that too.
Or we could increase them if we felt like
Or
we
we-
needed to increase
It's the
them.
cost of doing business.
Right,
Do you think that
exactly.
the companies get a part of the fines or the costs that they see out there? I mean, any finder's fee on.
They do get a collection percentage
On delinquents,
delinquents.
but not on.
So all of them do
And
that?
what are we,
Sorry,
what are we prepared to do about delinquents, or what can be done?
I'm sure it was off.
Well,
Well, that's a whole nother conversation. Delinquents are
it gets legal, and then it
Yeah.
just depends on, that becomes consultations with all of us.
From the
and our
council,
attorney.
we felt that the direction that y'all had too is more with concern of short-term rental registration,
Correct.
finding the people that are out there, getting them registered. I didn't think that, I don't think we gotta take one step at a time too. Delinquents or something that is,
We've violators that we catch, we've hammered, and we've got
Mhm.
several legal issues, pending legal matters now that are substantial.
And they get very staff intensive, and I'll tell you right now, they're very unique, and it deals with knowing the owners and the processes, and it is definitely something that you can't just say, hey, outside attorney, go do this. It's got a high level of the city attorney interacting with staff.
And
And
no
so
matter what
it's,
company
it's,
is, I
that
feel
that
like-
portion of it is gonna be something that you just can't kick out the outside help and say, go do it.
So the way this works then is that they come in, they get a database from you of all those registered short-term rentals. They go out, web crawl, see what's out there, match the two up. Is that how this roughly overview?
They'll handle the registration, and they may or may not get from us. That part of the RFP was that they find this. They go out and let's see what you got. Let's see what you find.
They will take what we have registered
Do
right now.
STR owners
There's an
get in and
onboarding
register?
process. It's gonna take 30 to 90 days. I'm sorry, what?
Do the STR owners get into their website and register?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, they will handle the registration. It will become their
So that will be a
registration system.
Requirement for all the STR owners is to access the website and
Mhm. And
list
you
which
can-
STRs they have.
Right.
And then what about, okay, Dave has a problem with garbage. Instead of calling Rick on Saturday, what do I do?
There's a 24/7 hotline that you can call by phone, or
Mhm.
there's also online complaint.
Okay, and then who gives them direction, I guess, Rick, on what our ordinances are and how they're enforced?
That's
where
part of what
that's
the account
script
managers.
And everything that we
That's all
work
that
with
is.
the companies one-on-one for them to learn our ordinances, get the scripts. And then they know when it's this type of call, it escalates to police, this type of call, and everything gets logged against the property address. So you know how many strikes they would have, that you could pull the registration, that type of thing.
And you'll be able to get very detailed reports, all this data, how many trash complaints did we get? How many were resolved within the hour? This is that time intensive part that they can automate with their staff and,
So if it is some kind of life safety issue, they'll immediately escalate to the police department, right?
Oh, yeah, we'll develop that matrix with them. We'll get with chief EMS, the company, and we'll develop what that matrix is.
Now, I would
If it's a
still, I mean,
Garbage complaint, who goes to check on whether or not the garbage has been picked up.
Then they would call the.
Yeah, that's something like we would work
Yeah,
on. If
we-
someone calls a garbage complaint in at 2 a.m,
Yeah.
I doubt the matrix is call Dave or Rick.
We've always said,
No, that's what I want,
Yeah.
really.
well, we've always said that they'll never, nobody had any boots on the ground. Nobody's gonna give us a staff of
Nobody
10.
will give you anybody.
So there's no boots on the ground. We still
None of them
become,
are in Texas.
yeah, we still become the
These
boots on
people
the ground.
Are not in Texas, you're calling.
So, like I said, so the follow-up, yeah,
So it's really just a clearinghouse for the calls. That's what I'm trying to get at. So-
Well, I mean, it's more than that because you sign up, they're looking for it. And I think what's going to be at the end of the day is there's complaints like very much like an alarm company, put an alarm on your house, someone breaks in, they call you, they can't get a hold of you, then they call the police.
Right.
Or-
They'll send an email out. Like I said, some had different manners of notification. Almost everybody used email. Others will print out, there's templates. So when the violation comes in, they'll print out the notice, whatever that script is that we've given them. That's part of the process that we'll work through. Some will send out an email immediately. Some will print out a template that we have to stick in an envelope and mail. So there's a few different protocols. But the idea is the notification goes out. You've got a complaint, resolve it. You got 1 hour. Like I said, but at the end of the day, boots on the ground are still us. There's no solution to that.
Darla,
No, there is, but that's okay. That's in the
Well-
workshop part.
Darla, does that mean that so when people sign up and they pay their tax, they're going to mail it to this company
do it
in
online.
Timbuktu or whatever
Yeah, they
and
can
not
do it on-
go to us?
They do it online. Most people are gonna pay online via ACH or credit card.
Okay,
And probably you're gonna realize that our checks go down.
I'm sure.
Checks can be set up to go to a Dropbox or they can set up to still come here, but it all
Here.
runs
Sure.
through their
It's freezing
system.
it.
And
Right.
then it's imported into ours.
And so that's how they know if they're delinquents because they're not paying.
Correct.
Okay.
And if they don't pay, they get an email sent to them immediately. If we want something sent to them that's actual paper, then we print out this batch, we push
Got
on a
it.
button, we print out a batch. We do have to stuff and mail and stamp.
So you're asking us to right now approve the city manager signs up with this company or at least involves in negotiation and then can sign up. with
We're
this
recommending this company for
That's
David to
staff
finalize
recommendation.
negotiations and sign.
Mr. Mayor, any questions? Motion to accept the recommendation.
I hear a second. Take it from the drones over here. We'll let them get a second.
Second.
Okay.
I motion, want to change that motion to accept Avenue. As
There's
the-
been a motion and a second. You got to vote on it.
Okay. So we need
Is
to,
that correct, Fran?
He has opportunity to amend the motion to.
so I want to amend the motion to, well,
You have to have a second to his motion.
okay, so this is, am I going to second on Avenue?
What do you amend?
I'm amending to choose the company called Avenue Insights
Instead of GovS.
because of research I've done. I spent several days looking at all of them.
Have you looked at this one?
Yes.
What did you find
What are
there?
the negatives in this?
Just the things that, how they interact with the public. They appear to do a lot more stuff than GovOS.
What are you finding out about GovOS that disturbs you?
Not that disturbs me, just that Avenue seems to be more professional. They seem to do a lot of the same things, but they also do additional things. That's my thought.
Dave,
So
can you-
if we don't get a second, that's fine. We move on.
Well, I mean, it's just 3 times more expensive and I just see that this is
Yes,
coming
sir.
out of general funds and.
No, it's coming out of SDR registration fees.
No, it's still general
They go
funds.
per house, they go by each STR and they've got it
Sure.
as 3,500 STRs is why this price looks that much more.
But it still comes out of general funds.
Well, I'm gonna stick with my motion, see what happens. I do have a second, and we can vote. And if it fails, I'll.
Call the roll.
What motion are they
The
voting?
motion is to accept the proposal as stated, to go with GovOS.
We get a second.
So we didn't get a time.
Do we get a
Joan
second?
second.
Joan already seconded it.
Second.
Joan seconded.
Okay.
So the motion to, the amended motion failed, so we go back to the original motion to.
We didn't get a chance
We
to
didn't
second
chance.
that.
We didn't second that.
We didn't get a chance to second it because the mayor was asking questions.
Okay, I'm sorry. I did not realize that.
So do we have a second on Avenue Insights?
I'll second it.
Okay.
So now what do we do?
Now we have two motions, so how do we do that?
We'll call the roll for the amended motion, and if that fails, then we'll go back to the original motion to, or go back.
I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's how you do it. I mean, basically, he just jumped in front of his emotion. You have to take the first motion first.
But then if it passes, then they don't get opportunity to work, to go back to Avenue.
The problem is you can't use an amendment when you're making a single selection. You either have to vote this selection up or down and then. I mean, obviously, the majority is going, at the end of the day, the majority will prevail with whoever you choose.
Can we make an amendment?
You never voted on the
To
first
get.
motion.
I'd
Yeah,
like to
yeah, I
get
mean,
more
this is
information on
really
it.
not this is really not how you want to,
Yeah.
this is not how an amendment works. I mean, you're voting for a single entity. If you don't like them, vote them down and you know that the next one's coming up. But
Okay.
the first one to make the motion should stand.
Okay. All right.
And if you want to go with the second one, you know you're going to have an opportunity coming up. So you just get to vote. So it's Gova West with a
Do we
second.
know
Just
the
vote
rules
on
for
it.
all
You know
this?
that
Because
in
we
the
didn't
in the
get to do
wings
that
is
before
a
when we
second motion for
Well,
Avenue.
voted
Now-
for a replacement.
So let me ask just council before you think, would you like to table this and look at it next month?
That's my preference. I'd like to get more information.
I mean, if you guys want, here's an idea. And we've said it numerous times. Both of these top companies are really great companies. If you guys want, bring them both here.
Why don't we do
The
that?
only thing we're concerned about is we have a January, you guys have been pushing this.
Yeah.
We want to get this thing rolled out January 1, and this probably pushes us back a month.
What's the earliest we can get these folks here, or even
It takes 60 days.
would it be 60 days to get?
Yeah, most of them say it's gonna be they're gonna be running to the finish line, hitting that January.
I guess that's why we kind of asked to be able to see the demos.
Yeah, which we never got to see.
Well, what did you get sent? I mean,
Well, we saw that. I mean, a lot of the information.
your directive was staff to go out and do this, not you guys.
But we
If you guys wanted to do it, then you should have done it.
No, but we requested.
I mean, you guys directed staff to go out and find them and bring you a recommendation. That's what we did. If you guys want to play staff,
No,
then
we're not.
then you guys can
But Dave,
go
we-
do it.
I specifically asked.
I've been with cities 25 years. I've never had council intervene to the point where they're the ones doing the interviewing. But if you guys want to do that,
No,
you can
no,
take
that's
it.
not the
No,
way the
we-
charter is.
No,
We're not doing that.
we just wanted some good information on all. of
And
it.
we gave it to you. And if you don't like it, you guys can.
The charter is very specific. We give direction. Staff does what they need to do.
Okay. Okay.
We don't get
We'll just
involved
vote
with
on it.
staff. We don't give him orders. We don't give any of those on staff orders. They
But we
do
give
what they
Dave
need to
orders.
do.
Dave gives the orders out. We don't give, okay. So my question to you stands, would you like to table this and discuss it more? Or would you like to make a motion to vote on somebody tonight?
I think we ought to
should
vote on
Yeah,
somebody.
I agree. Well,
Okay,
But I don't want forever on this rental inventory.
well, I mean, this is the thing.
If this is gonna be forever, I don't want that. I want something.
Well, I mean, they already said it's a year
This needs to be
contract, so
done
if,
Some, quickly.
sure, it's a year contract, so, and because there's no work on staff's end, which is my question to Rick and Darla, it would be very easy or less work to swap over to somebody else if we decide to go with someone else next year. So we can try it, and if they do a horrible job, then next year we know that lowest bidder was not the best one. But
we need
I
to
just
get
see a hard time paying 3 times for someone to do roughly the same job.
And
Well,
Dave, don't take
we
offense,
gotta,
it was
we
not,
need to get a handle on this problem.
Okay, then my motion
The longer we
stands.
Kick this thing down the road, the longer it is to get a handle
Yes,
And
sir.
what I was looking for when we gave direction was more, but hey, we looked at these 4 companies. This one had far better web crawlers, it got better references. We've got this, we've got that. I mean, right now I'm seeing here, it's just you guys like GovOS. and
Well,
that's- that's okay.
The
I mean,
problem is that
it's
it's
not-
like, it's like you guys saying, go buy a pickup truck. And it's like
I didn't want
Chevy, GMC, Dodge and Toyota. I mean, they all got 4 doors, a bed and an engine, and they're all pretty dadgum good. There just wasn't much separating these people at the end of the day.
David,
Yeah.
there wasn't much separating.
There just isn't, except the price.
Then my motion stands.
Do the motion again.
The motion is to accept the City Gov or GovOS as the lowest bidder.
It should be to accept the city's recommendation.
Sorry, accept his recommendation. Sorry. Just wanted to clarify who we're picking.
Second.
I second that.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
No.
Mayor Tim Holt,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Beyond.
Yes,
Motion carries.
Oh, boy.
okay. Moving on to item F. It's a resolution awarding request for proposal, an RFP, for professional consulting services to assist the city with review and update of Port Aransas comprehensive plan and to update the city's impact fees, authorizing future budget amendment for 21 and 22, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract amount and to act as the executive officer and authorize representative of the city in all matters pertaining to said contract.
Thank you, Mayor. So with the directive to go ahead and press forward with our comprehensive plan, and without that additional staff member being able to come on board, our best path forward in talking to city manager was for us to hire a professional consultant that could get this thing kicked off. The additional advantage we had was that we were also in the timeframe where we needed to update our impact fees, roadway use, our parks impact fee, and we really looked to grab a drainage impact fee, which was a pretty consistent impact fee that we found in a lot of other municipalities, especially given our need and our lengthy discussions as of late on our drainage issues. And so hopefully this will be a little bit easier because in the RFP, we had one response, Friesen Nichols, who we have used in the past, who actually coincidentally did perform our last impact fee study and was the facilitator for our last comprehensive plan. So they were very familiar with the city. There's still some scoping and negotiation that's going to go along with this particular recommendation. But like I said, they were the sole respondent to the RFP. They are highly qualified and have assisted us in other type projects such as a stormwater drainage management plan that they worked significantly with Nicole. So they're a good company. So the recommendation or the request here is that you do authorize David to enter into negotiations with Friesen Nichols, which will become a scoping. So exactly what their role will be, how far they'll take this, and that will determine what the costs, the ultimate cost will be for that.
Which we would
work,
bring back in November.
which we'll bring back to you. So
Sure.
that's the recommendation.
Just real quick question for Dave. I vaguely remember when I was on P and Z long before all this, we had a plethora of people to choose from. Is it just a few people doing comprehensive plans, or is it just, I mean, it seems like I'm surprised we only got one response, I guess is my.
It's a pretty specialized type request, and they just completed, Friesen Nichols just completed, for references, we had Portland, where they did actually the exact same thing, and David and I talked to the city manager, assistant city manager.
No,
we did talk to the
Yeah,
city
yeah,
manager, where they did the exact same thing. They facilitated not only the comprehensive plan rewrite, but also their impact fee. We're working with Corpus. So
I mean, it's a good company. I understand that we worked with them before. I
Yeah.
just surprised we only got one response. Seems like a lot of people would be jumping at the bit to comprehensive plans
Yeah,
now.
and I don't know if it's the fact that they've done work in the area and they're more familiar with it. They've done work for us. I can't answer the question.
No, I understand.
We throw it out far and wide and.
I understand.
Actually, they just worked on the proposal that we had funded to look at stormwater runoff in Port Aransas, and they came up with some ideas.
Right,
for
that was the.
changes.
Yeah, and it only ran for 2 weeks too. So
That's fine.
So I think they already have ideas. They already know a lot about.
I
it,
mean,
so I think it's
they
very
would probably
good.
get picked anyway. I'm just surprised that they were the only one. Motion to approve.
Are you a second?
Second,
Call roll.
Chairperson Holt,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
yes.
Councilmember Krueger. Yep. Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Via.
Yes.
Motion carried.
G is a resolution regulating the world
Recognizing.
Migratory Bird Day on October 23, 2021. I laughed at that and stumbled on it because my wife is, every time I go outside,
Thank you.
birds hit me in the head. She's a bird
Oh,
person.
thanks.
And congratulating the Bird City Community Group and appropriate
Is this
staff,
part of the
city
swag?
staff on
I think this is a bribe to
on the
Bribe.
Bird City, Texas certification for providing a repealing clause and establishing an effective date. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, something lighthearted.
Right.
A
we
bribe
will.
for, a bribe for yes.
It's not a bribe, is it?
No. So yeah, I just brought these water bottles for you all. We're going to be giving away some of these. We've received donations to buy them at the event on Saturday. So, but let me start with, well, first, I'm Ray Mooney. I'm the Nature Preserve Manager for the city. And in 2019, we were certified as a Bird City, Texas community. And there was only 4 cities chosen. That was the inaugural rollout of their program. It's a joint program with Audubon, Texas and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. And so it was a pretty rigorous application to get certified. It's not just something they give us because people like to come here to look at birds. All the work that the city has done before, establishing the birding center, creating the nature preserve at Charlie's Pasture, all the work that us and our community partners have done on Brazilian pepper tree removal, education and outreach, research, all these things, and just in general efforts to make your city safer for birds. Of course, we have to live here, and what can we do to help birds? So recognizing all of those things. So one of the requirements is to celebrate World Migratory Bird Day and for council to recognize that. And so Saturday, we're going to be celebrating World Migratory Bird Day by giving away 400 native Texas trees to residents and basically whoever comes. And so we have 9 different species that was sponsored by Arbor Day Foundation and Verizon. And then in conjunction with that, we're going to have an outreach event to educate people on migratory birds and just.
Where is this? Where are you going to be doing?
So this is going to
holding
be at UTMSI campus and the entrance on Cotter.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can come by for 5 minutes and get your tree and get out, or you can come take a walk to the Wetlands Education Center. There's going to be nature story time by the library, our city library, and tours of the Wetlands Education Center. They're going to bring out, the ARC is going to bring out the red-tailed hawk, and we're going to have nature scavenger hunt. So come out. I know there's a lot going on Saturday. This month is insane. So carve out 5 minutes to come at least get your tree. So,
One of the species.
oh boy, I unloaded them all earlier with a bunch of volunteers. They came on a semi truck. So thank you to the volunteers also and staff. But we have Texas persimmon, American beautyberry, which is a shrub, We looked for some smaller species of trees this year because that was kind of what some people wanted last year. Parsley, hawthorn, willow oak, overcup oak.
Wild plum.
Yeah, Mexican plum, elderberry. And deciduous holly.
All right, you did good.
Yeah, so,
You're on the ball.
yeah, well, I was very fresh, although unloading and setting up. So,
Right.
Anyway, if anyone have any questions or?
No. Good job.
Well, I would like to move that we recognize Migratory Bird Day.
Awesome.
We'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, call the roll.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Titoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Thank you.
President Holt,
Yes.
Mayor Booyah.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, item I,
Yeah, H pulled.
huh?
Yeah, we're
H is
pulling
pulled.
H.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went-
Discuss and
Okay.
take action to confirm the dune permit, BF DP 21-2403 is consistent with the city's coastal management plan. The proposed permit will allow the construction of a single-family house and typical amenities. The applicant is David Cummings, property location is 729 Seabreeze.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. David's already got the Sea Breeze subdivision up there. So as the applicant, as the application implies, they are looking to build a single-family residence on that track. Is a little bit unusual if you looked at the comments, and I'm going to ask Harris Hip with Urban Engineering to come up and kind of elaborate a little bit. I mean,
Why is there a line through there?
the dune protection line, the 1,000-foot dune protection line bifurcates that lot. So it does.
You mean the red line?
The red line.
Oh, the one I drew.
Yeah. Where's that?
Rick, I drew the line that's the weird,
Why
there's
is that
two
line there?
properties.
Two properties, yeah, and that's what I want Harris.
That's
to-
where
to
there's
come
some
up
confusion is.
Explain.
And which
Uh,
one are we talking about?
We're talking about this one with the house
Where
on
the
it.
house, the house that was there, no longer there, but the one that was there for so long that finally was removed.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let Harris come up and kind of talk because the property to the east, the one below that line, as you saw in the narrative here that Harris will talk a little bit about, was improperly acted upon. We caught it. They were fined. We notified GLO of the improper construction activity, fined them, and did order that area restored.
Rick, we did, what was the fine on that? Because Joan had asked me earlier.
I'll have to go back. Typically, all we had was the ability to double what would have been the permit fine. I think it was in the $700 range, but put them on notice that the GLO could certainly come in with their own enforcement, which I think goes up to
I think it's $2,000.
$2,000 a day.
Right.
And again, if the GLO chose to do that, that was fine with us. We were limited to the doubling the permit fee because that was the violation. So, and that's been consistent with what we've done in the past. And like I said, this was, this launched into an effort with them contacting Urban and Harris, why don't you come up and kind of talk about how that played out and how that fit into this particular permit, which is actually what we're asking you guys to consider tonight.
Just Rick, are both pieces of property owned by the same people? Okay.
Yeah, Cummings is the one, and I don't know.
Well, that's fine. It was just a question.
Yeah, Cummings owns the lot there on the top, and yeah, just like what Rick was saying, his neighbor there below him accidentally filled onto his lot. And we have survey from before showing what critical dunes were there and the volumes and area, and we accounted for those in our mitigation procedures. And then we have provided some extra non-usual exhibits in this permit in order to show what the impacts are now. And the point we also want to raise is that the current dunes that are there are more of a slope. They're not really critical dunes much anymore. And we worked with Mr. Cummings to work on the footprint of his house. And to meet the needs and the wants that he had, this was the best placement of the house. And the impacts that would have on the remaining dunes would make them so small, we find it best to just impact the entire area and create one large mitigation dune that, as you can see, is going to be larger in both volume and area to what was even previously on the lot before the accidental impacts.
So he didn't have to do that, did he?
He does have to impact the dunes that are, in the way.
That
the
he's
town-
going to impact.
Yes, but as we said, the impacts that will be done will make any remaining critical dunes, if you like to call them that, is as very much like not dunes anymore. And so we think it's more appropriate to mitigate all dunes on site and create a more centralized, larger dune as seen on, I think it's exhibit. Yeah.
He didn't have to do it that way.
He did not.
But I think Harris is right. It's a lot more beneficial than what the alternatives could have been. And still satisfied the GLO and met our coastal management plan.
Correct.
Any questions?
Well, what's going to happen to that other piece of property?
With the
That's
dunes back
behind the
out.
dune,
Um,
right?
Are you talking about the neighboring lot that
The one
was?
that messed up all the stuff, yeah?
We're creating a dune permit for them that you'll hear about next month. We're hoping.
Okay.
Thanks, Harris.
Yeah, of course.
And as you'll see, they did,
Thank you
they
very
did
much.
slightly exceed the GLO's recommendation on the one-to-one mitigation. They're actually providing a little bit greater mitigation, both in the surface area disturbed and the dune volume mitigated, which is kind of what our coastal, our approved coastal management plan says, which is kind of what the GLO's Natural Resource Act.
But this is going to be a difficult one because he has to bring in stuff, right? Plants, fill, everything.
Yeah, so like I said, we're anxious. We've not seen the dune permit, but we did know it was in the process, and GLO was aware that they're working on the dune permit.
Did the neighbor that did the accidental movement of the, did they get any fine or anything like that?
That's what we talked about.
Well,
Yeah,
he said he
they got a
fined
fine
him, but
and
not much.
a pretty, and you're welcome to come in and look. We have a pretty stern letter that talks about all the enforcement action, not only that we take, but that the GLO can take. And that's why we notify the GLO. We catch somebody, then, it's in our best.
But
interest
GLO
to
didn't
let 'em-
find though in this case.
They didn't. No, they basically because they agreed to restore and, repair. And
I
restore
really
what they
don't
did.
know what their enforcement capability is.
They, in the statutory authority, they have a pretty big stick. I think it's $2,000 a day
Yeah.
for every day the violation is. I've not known in all my years here that they've ever
Used it.
done that because they've delegated that authority to us. And as long as we take some punitive measure, and we think it's appropriate, they've done that. Not that it was a defense to us, but they did get a no dune permit for the property right below that. They do own that property as well. There
down.
in that area. And it was a no dune permit, but if you look at the nature of that property, clearly there wasn't any.
On this one.
Right. And it was seaward of their others. And like I said, ignorance is no excuse for our laws or ordinances.
I know, that's why I think we ought to be very stern with these kinds of people.
Well, I
when
mean,
they
I guess,
do things like that.
was it malicious or was it just accidental?
We don't feel it was because as soon as we notified them, and I mean, the owner does have an excavation company. It is what they do. So they moved pretty quickly, but when we caught them and notified them, they did stop immediately and start to initiate the process to repair. I mean, the letter, like I said, I'll be happy to share you guys a copy of the letter. It's pretty.
I'll make a
pretty firm.
motion that we accept staff's recommendation on this.
I'll second.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Mayor Tim Holt,
Yes,
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Seelow,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes,
Mayor Buda.
Yes.
thanks.
Motion carries.
Yes. H has been full, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Jay.
J, yeah. Is a resolution approving the hotel motel tax agreement with the Port Aransas Chamber of Commerce and Tourist Bureau for the city's occupancy tax receipts for the period commencing October 1, 2021, ending September 30, 2022. The estimated monthly disbursement to the chamber is a total of 3.25% the total hotel occupancy taxes collected by the city. Directing that such funds to be transferred by the city to the chamber monthly as tax revenues are received by the city, and authorizing the city manager to sign contract documents. You're on.
So
You want to introduce yourself?
I will introduce myself.
Dance.
My name is Brett Staywar, and I'm the Tourism Bureau and Chamber of Commerce President. About 14 months ago, my family and I landed here in Port Aransas and have adapted well, we think, and really have enjoyed helping the city, the tourism, the community, and everything advance much further through our organization's efforts this past year. We have done everything from change our articles of incorporation to launch new websites, to create communication strategies and a ton of research on where our visitors are coming from, and really evaluating how they're spending their time in Port Aransas and how we should be talking to folks that have shared values with all of us as residents here in Port Aransas. So we've done a lot, right? Even the Texas Music Friendly City Certification Committee, the Texas Music, the Port Aransas Music Fest, as well as the Whooping Crane Fest, and it goes on and on. So we're constantly busy there. I'm very proud of what our board has done and our staff. We are kind of really focusing in two areas: destination development, as we look at tourism sustainability, as we look at visitor experience, and then also organizational excellence. So how does our team, how do the dollars we do put into action and reach the right markets? So I give you guys semi-annual updates. I've got to know most of you pretty sincerely, and happy to answer any questions or explain more.
Do you do a report once a year, or do you do a report more than that?
We have our board reports we do 8 times a year. We do a semi-annual report where we gave you each kind of an annual report in June and July of some of the activities we've done since January. And then we are planning a tourism summit here on January 27th-ish. Don't hold me to that date, still tentative. That we would talk about the past year of successes we've done, as well as some of the initiatives we're working on with tourism sustainability, and also with some of our promotions and how we're talking to visitors and teaching them, hopefully, the Port Aransas way.
Yeah, I
And do you
appreciate that.
provide Copies of that to
To David,
David?
yes.
Okay.
And, yeah, he gets that. We also have audit reports that we turn in. So we're currently working on our fiscal year 20 audit at this point. We'll get it to you hopefully within the next month or so. But that is, yes, checks and balances are there. The board of directors, we have 15 board of directors who represent the industry and the community. And we're moving, I think we're moving mountains, or whatever you might say down here on the island. I don't want to say dunes because that would not be the right thing, but I will say that we are.
And hills, sir.
Brett, could you touch base on the extra 1/4%, what your use is with it, and what your guys'
Yeah, that
intentions are?
0.25%.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that started with Hurricane Harvey, I believe, or shortly thereafter, or maybe a little bit before.
No, we had done it before.
It started when we got back that.
Oh, the 2% rebate from the state for beach maintenance. Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of what we do, so, there's state statutes on how you can spend your tourism tax, your hotel motel tax. A good portion of that has to go back into tourism promotion, and that's the 3% that he talks about. The extra 0.25% we can use to do more community building things, as well as wayfinding. So we've got a lot of initiatives going on right now, talking about tourism sustainability, talking about creating a sense of place here for Port Aransas, looking at our signage, our wayfinding. In fact, this past week, just coincidental, it's right before the time we asked for that. It's not intentional, but it is falling right out of our strategic plan. We had the former director of Colorado Tourism in here to talk to us about issues of over tourism or sustainability, as well as, how do we talk to the visitor about this island and our place.
How do we teach the visitor?
Yes, sure. So we are continuing to do that, and this is just the beginning of those processes. And our website, has a lot of ability to teach people, and we are excited about the stories that we create. We've got some video series coming out to celebrate the people of Port Aransas, as well as some podcasts and other great things. But so that explains kind of how we separate it and give it back to Port Aransas.
Sure. I guess one of the things that maybe we could, I know a lot of people want to say like, can't we use hot tax to fix potholes and things? And we can't do that. But is there something that we can do with some of this money to maybe, and I hate to use this example because we've been pushing very hard, but like Christmas decorations that are for the city, but also for the tourists, or like this upcoming fireworks show that we're looking at doing, something that, yes, it can benefit tourists, but also will benefit like a dual use thing instead of just we're only for the tourist.
And I'm new to the Texas law, but some of those questions have been posed by the communities and other regions of the state. I would love the chance for you to hear from Scott Joss's Law of the Texas Hotel Lodging Association. He has created an artwork and is they're a team of really attorneys that work with the industry on that, work with the state, more importantly, on enforcing the code. So they have created avenues for us to fund the nature preserve and to fund history and some of those things that we are taking advantage of currently. So I think, I don't know how we get you all in the same room, if it's a public meeting or what, but I do think I'd love to hear it as well from Texas Hotel Lodging about how municipalities can use that hotel motel tax. So did I answer your question?
Have you talked to David about that?
Not yet directly, but I mean, he's familiar with, he's seen the, the PDFs they put out and the documents they put out. He's been around long enough to know the law like the back of his hand, I would assume. And also, I shared with Darla recently the updates. They do annual updates based on the law and based on the legislator of how these funds can be spent by communities.
I think it'd be good to have a workshop that the public can learn too, because I think the public has a lot of misinformation.
Correct.
Right, I think Brett's doing a great job
Oh,
really of
absolutely.
trying to
that would help.
So I think.
to
some-
figure out who we are and where
Yeah.
we're
So
going
Dave,
and where
if
we
you could
should go
work on
and
setting
what
something up here. Please, thank you.
what kind of tourists we should have and how we should go get them and how we can,
Can you get with David on the workshop?
Absolutely.
yeah, that would be nice, or other people to know all that.
Yep.
That you're just not bringing in all these crazy tourists and
No,
that's it.
and there are, certainly there are times we lighten the promotional aspect of what we're doing. So we're not heavily promoting in July, June, and May. We're looking at this time of year to bring in folks for birding, for the whooping crane, for holiday traditions with each other. And I think those are the things that we are really, focusing a large majority of our promotional efforts on, those months that are our shoulder seasons that our small businesses do depend on to keep operational, to keep their staff employed 12 months out of the year instead of 8 months out of the year or 4 months out of the year. So
Speaking of that, I know in the past, a lot of chambers have made a big deal about the Harvestman Regatta. Are y'all doing anything similar? Because I haven't heard as much about it this year as I have in the past. Do you have anything planned for that?
we're partnering with them on some of the open air reception activities. I know that we are helping them with, I think they're expecting 300 and something people coming down for that. And we have coffee and donuts as well as Lisa there to meet with them this weekend. So.
Well, I move that the pass this resolution approving the hotel motel tax agreement with the Chamber of Commerce.
I will second that.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Tim Holt,
Yes.
Mayor Bill.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
I motion that we take
Okay, we're gonna have a
break.
break here so that we can take care of the business. 5 minutes.
And then it's Jeff Lampkin's time.
Yep.
Electric blanket.
Cold?
Yeah,
you wore blue
jeans and a long sleeve
Did you go to one of those meetings
I
that he
know,
had
that day.
with that lady?
I have some blood or what?
I was quite impressed.
I don't have any
Did.
blood.
And that's-
Vaughn,
2 degrees. She said. So that'll probably be enough for you.
item K, and general discussion from Jeff Lampkin, manager of the Inn Spa and Conference Center, LP, on the Hotel Conference Center development.
Honorable Mayor Bouillon, City Council, City Manager and staff, we appreciate your time, taking time with us to do this today.
You need 2 people on this, huh?
We definitely need to, I need the smart guy that got all the answers. I'm just up here to look pretty.
Oh, boy.
We thank you guys for bringing time to visit with us today and give an update on kind of where we are at the Hotel and Conference Center. And so we just want to start from the top level that we've worked hard. It's not that we have been, to take you back through history, we originally went through an RFP process. We agreed to kind of move forward on this process. It's a pretty material capital commitment on our side to the tune of north of $50 million. And to date, we're probably close to $500,000 invested in the project with 10 different land plans. During the early process, we got to an agreement point. We just, we agreed to work just within the state statute of what they agreed to. And I'm sure Mr. Parsons has updated you guys on this. We submitted it's called a private letter ruling. You submit this to the state. And the way they've always worked in the past is the state reviews that. So we submitted that in joint or in tandem together with the city. They then would review that at the comptroller's office, give you an approval, say that if you build this project, it's an approved project and it all works out. They somehow, I guess going back about the time we got approved, had changed their process to what they require you to do now is you submit, you got to build the building. And when we build it, it's tricky on the ownership. So we pay for it. It ends up being owned by the city for a 10-year period. And then we have a buyback option at the end of it because technically for the whole easement thing through the state ordinance, that's the way it has to happen. But they stopped approving them in advance. So now they want you to build it, then submit to it. And they say if it qualifies, it should still approve. But it's a pretty material, couple $2 million a
So
year.
they have option not to approve it even after it's built. Is that correct?
Yes. So that's the
I don't
issue at
like
hand. Yeah, that's bad. And it makes it so like, we know when we're building this, we were underwriting it that we're losing money. You're definitely going to lose money the first year. You're probably going to lose money the first 3 years. But long-term, and that state subsidy helps kind of make it closer to break even-ish through that 10-year period. And then by year 11, it should be fully stabilized for us. So it's a good business to own by then. And then the city starts getting all of its tax dollars. So it's a really good investment for the city. And the city gets the assets, the meeting space and the extra hotel space there that it wants to work well.
When did the state do that?
So they've never officially done something,
Oh,
right?
okay.
They kind of unofficially tried to stop participating in these. So both the city's attorney, Jeff Moore, and our attorney, Dave Dawson, they're both involved actively in these projects for other cities. So the current update on that as of this week, we've been doing lots of conversations, is 2 other cities have filed suit against the comptroller in order to get the state to fulfill its obligations.
To get the private letter rulings.
To get the PLRs approved in advance. We're expecting preliminary outcomes from those in November. Our attorney, Dave Dawson, spoke with the comptroller's office and they expect the comptroller to push back on that sum. So I don't know what that means, but where we're kind of sitting at is we're in a process where, in theory, we just have to be patient because we, or at least from our conversations, myself and Mr. Parsons have decided we don't think it's in the best interest of either us or the city to file suit against the state comptroller. Particularly if somebody else is going to go do it.
Right.
Let them go fight the fight and use up their goodwill. And whatever the outcome is, it's going to be the outcome for all of us, right? If they have a case that plays out one way, it's going to be the same way for us as it is for them. It's just a matter of, and there'll be a precedent set. So we're kind of trapped in a holding pattern. And so we've come up with a number of alternatives on how to get there. One of the ideas we've floated that we are willing to consider is if the city will just honor its piece of the obligations, the state can pull out of their piece and we would give serious consideration to stepping up and doing it with the less It reduces the subsidy from the state, from the tax dollar abatement by about 25%, which is a material number. It's about a $7 million number on our side. And it wasn't like this is a get rich quick scheme. It was more of a, hey, let's go do it, build something awesome. And it's a good, smart, long-term feel, but it's not like something you jump up and down to go do short-term, if that makes sense. And so it's a hard thing to pull off, but we're still excited about it, and we're willing to give consideration to that, to still partnering with the city to make it a reality. And speaking with the city's council, they suggest that if we go that route, right, so today that's not the recommendation. I'm just putting that as an option for consideration. Today's recommendation is to take no action. The current agreement we have is good through December 31st, 22.
Right, the private letter ruling in the contract states that we should have the private letter ruling by December 22.
That's right. Yeah. So that's the current process. And I think the recommendation for today is just to live by that, be more patient, and wait until we find out what shakes out from the other people's lawsuits. But if that doesn't happen, then we're willing to come back and consider the lesser amount and maybe still go forward. But in speaking with Jeff Moore, he recommends that if we do that, there's a chance we may have to go, or the city may have to go back out to an RFP, and we would then have to compete again for the rights to do that if we don't live under the terms that are, isn't that what the way they explained it?
Yes.
Sure. So I don't know if that's firm or not, but we recognize there's a chance of that.
So you can, so a
invested.
380 agreement, you can do the city can enter into a 380 agreement with a development partner where you're basically doing the same thing, but without the state rebating their portion of the tax. So basically you're excluding the state and you're doing a project where the city rebates. Well, the city could do anything, give them loans,
Sure.
rebate taxes, a number of things. So that would be an option that the city could look at in the future.
Mr. Lynn, I have a question. So if you were, say, we hold out for, I don't know, a year or whatever time it takes for us to go through the courts, and we find that the cities win and you do get your letter, are you planning on building the conference as RFQ'd originally? Or are you still looking at going back with the modified project?
As the second amendment was done. So if you see the exhibit we shared with you, it shows you kind of where the umbrella would sit for the hotel and conference center.
Correct.
So regardless, and kind of our workaround, okay, so our workaround for the land planning, we've probably done 10 different versions of land plans.
Sure.
Is that we're going to be able to design a meeting space that will leave the room to build it so it can be what the city wants. We can't probably afford to do that without.
No, that's
the
my
support.
question is, you get your state letter in next year.
Yes.
Are you going to build it as originally RFQ'd? Not what we would think.
Yeah, the same, the
Everything's gonna
21,000
be the
square
same, yeah.
feet of the meeting space, the 175 rooms.
Okay, so if you get that letter, then that's what you're going to go with that project.
That's our intention. is
Okay,
that We've
that's
gotten a lot
fine.
more comfortable with the size of the project as time goes on.
Well, I guess my concern is, and you didn't touch upon this, is if you don't get the letter, you're looking at shrinking this project down to a smaller project. And I just think that's not what the city was kind of looking for. So
We got a whole year.
that's what I said. I'm happy with giving you
Think
time.
about it.
And even if we need to modify a little bit the timeline that we set out for when we allowed you to do the project, I would be open to reviewing that or tweaking it to keep the original project. I'm not super excited about a smaller project.
And nor are we, as we've really spent time thinking about it. So here's the
Sure.
tough balance, right? The project as proposed and contemplated is the right project for the city.
Correct.
So I believe that too. The tricky part is typically what happens in these situations is the city goes and builds the conference center. Like they fund that 10 or $15 million with bonds. And then the private developer builds the hotel that goes with it. And it is more of a public-private partnership than what we're proposing. In our situation, we've agreed to build everything and create the spaces and then make it available in enough days for the city to have it for some of its uses as well, in addition to the private stuff. And we'll take the risk on, can we bring the right number of conventions that pay enough to make it cash flow? So it's a non-traditional deal. And so we're still living by trying to do that. And candidly, since the economy's gotten a little bit better, sales have gotten a little bit better, it's a little easier, a little further past Harvey. We're a little more comfortable with than we were stretching as far as we were before.
Understand.
And then regardless of whether that happens, what we're doing from a land planning perspective to help us move forward, which has really come about in this last 60, 90 days where we've been butting our head, like, how do we? You guys know, like, I love yes and I love no. I'm not really good with maybe. It's just, we've been trapped in this maybe thing with the state for a long time.
Sure.
So in brainstorming with David, we've kind of come up with a plan that we need to move forward with the land plan at some point because we still intend to build this marina.
Sure.
And the marina for the city is going to be a great asset. And that's a $20 million commitment on our behalf. That, you know, selfishly, it's going to be a good business, but it's also going to be a really great asset for the city to have another marina, protect boating, access to Flato Cut into the bay over there. And this is a safe spot where Flato Cut was already dug. As you guys can see on the map behind you and on your maps in front of you, right? So we're trying to push forward on that part of the project regardless. And so we may be able to push forward on that sooner than we hope, sooner than the PLR ruling. Hopefully be able to get the dirt moving sooner than the PLR ruling. So even if that comes, we'll already be in process to move forward with the plan for that.
Okay. I have one more question. This is kind of you don't know the answer yet, but I'm asking you anyway. And so hypothetically, the city decides we're not gonna do the conference center, or this can be a smaller project or whatever. And this project's gonna move forward. Would you still propose this alternative access road there, or would that be a dead issue?
The alternative one?
Access road.
No, so actually, and I apologize too, I should give you guys heads up that Devin, no, I got it. Devin wanted to be here with us, but he couldn't because his daughters were competing in state.
Blue one, Mayor.
Sorry.
The blue one right near Pioneer RV Park.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so Devin couldn't be here tonight. He is excited, but his daughters are competing in a state
Sure.
tennis tournament. And then Greg Smith also couldn't be here tonight.
Sure.
So the
what's
blue
Devin
access road
involved?
is next to Pioneer RV Park, and Greg Smith and his partners own that parcel of land.
Sure.
So what we've talked about is, because I think that's the strategic place, that if you could have road access would make it an amenity to everybody in Old Town.
No, I got a more strategic, but less enjoyable for you proposal, sir. So.
That's
why-
the next agenda.
I know, that's why I said,
Yeah.
but my question wasn't, that's why I said we'll end
Yeah.
it there. But
So-
that was, my question was, would you still build it if the conference center wasn't there?
Yes, it is, because regardless, that's where the marina site is.
Sure. Okay.
And so the conversations that Greg Smith has had with us is we'll put in as much cash as the land is worth. He'll put the land in and we'll co-develop it and
We'll
let it be
say-
a main street that will then connect over to the marina site
We'll save that for the next item,
with or
sir.
without the hotel conference center.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So there's no action on this. This is
Well,
just information, right?
Yes, correct.
I do have a question for David. So he said they want to wait and for I don't want to say a definite amount of time, but we don't want to go indefinite amount of time either. To get this letter ruling, do we need to modify or look at sometime in the future modifying the goal timelines for the conference center?
Oh, to modify the goal.
I remember we had some property-
Yeah, we probably do, because if we're I know we have 14 months to get the private letter ruling, but if we're sitting around waiting that long, it is going to push back the timeline.
So that might be something we need to look at in the future.
Yeah.
Future
We probably need
meetings.
to do a third amendment to adjust it.
Yeah.
To give us, and we should set.
And I don't think that's gonna be a problem, but I also want to, we're waiting for this letter and all of a sudden your timelines expire and all of a sudden you're out. I don't want that to happen either.
Yeah, so I appreciate that.
Sure.
That's
the next item.
Yeah, we're gonna discuss it next, Mayor.
Okay.
I warned him he's gonna get hammered here in a second.
All right.
Daniel talk for that part.
You got it.
You're waiting for your hammering?
Yep.
No, Daniel's got to take the hammering.
Yeah.
Anything I missed, Daniel, on the update for the hotel and conference center that you would add?
I mean, that pretty well covers it. I mean, so prior to the last amendment, or when we located it here on the marina site, you're right, we did have some reporting dates and some kind of criteria we had to meet on there. We did meet the first two. The only dates that have so far passed were that by February, we'd have closed on the land. So we purchased the land last November. So we have met that timeframe. And then the second one was that if we needed to come in for a planned unit development amendment, that we have done that by, I believe, April or August. And in reviewing the planned unit development, the uses allowed under that document
meet the criteria of this project. So there's no need considered for a PUD amendment at this time.
Sure. Right. I'm just concerned that, like I said, we had, when we agreed to let them move up, there was some timeline, so it wasn't we're going to keep pushing off indefinitely. I just want to make sure that, because we're waiting for this letter, that y'all you're out of the running, or the city abandons the project.
But it'd still be another
We
3
appreciate
years
that.
probably for anything. I mean.
Realistically,
you
it's
wait for
gonna-
Another year, another 3 or 4 years.
Well, I mean, I don't think we're going to wait quite that long. I think the timeline was they had to be breaking ground by the end of the year, or was it like
So we
submitted
should
some
adjust
plans? I
the
don't
amendment, so
remember.
Probably get the PLR. I would suggest we amend it so the PLR is received by the end of 22, which gives us, 14.
Yeah,
months.
because then
That's
it
probably a
pushes
reasonable
everything
time.
back.
Yeah.
We're going to be pushing forward on development anyway.
Sure.
And likely be coming back with a new land plan, and we're going to plan a place. We may just put a box there that says this can either be developed as, could be condos for sale or the hotel. And it could be a smaller event center or a larger one, and we'll just leave enough land
Sure.
to accommodate what we're talking about doing together. And if that doesn't come back, we'll just have to plan a different use for that property.
Jeff, where's your core permit sitting for? Are you guys still good on that timeline as far as building your bulkheads and stuff to finish it off your canals?
We are. So we've submitted for a renewal on that permit.
Okay.
We inherited, the previous owner's work on obtaining that permit, and it was due to expire at the end of this year. But we submitted probably about 5 months ago now, and are waiting for results on that. It does have an assigned reviewer.
Yeah.
And our consultant has been in communication with
Okay.
them to answer any questions. and
So
work
you
on
guys
that
shouldn't see
renewal.
any delay in getting your bulkheads going and.
No, we did not modify. One of the strategies we kind of took, we knew we needed to get the renewal and didn't want to put any of that bulkhead work at risk. So we chose not to make any modifications
Right.
to the permit or the renewal, just straight renewal. And so that's the route we took. So we believe we should be
Yeah.
receiving that here shortly.
And our general intention is, as you know, with the city's marina permit, that we get a 5-year extension, another 5-year extension, that we have concerns that, one, we bought a really expensive piece of property, and that we don't have if that permit doesn't get extended, like, that's a problem.
Yep.
That property is no longer worth what it's worth, and no longer is it a great asset to the city. So we probably can't afford not to build the bulkhead during that 5-year period, once we get it renewed, right? Like,
Right,
The city
yeah.
can take the risk of it, but we've got a lot of capital tied up. So our intent is to go ahead and put in all the bulkhead, because who knows how the Corps of Engineers might change rules here and there over time. So that's going to get the marina built. And with the bulkheading being built, then we have to figure out what to do with the land behind the bulkhead. So that's gonna be our step one, is basically take most of all the free cash flow we have and put it into that bulkhead.
How far would that bulkhead go? Where would the location be? Would it go all the way around the aisle?
Mayor, if you look at up there, I kind of zoomed in on Plato's Cut, Mayor, up on the TV screen. So
I'm interested in.
yes, sir. So, and you guys jump on me if I'm wrong, but I believe does it start like in this area right up in here, come down? I mean, eventually this is all bulkhead, right?
Correct.
Not on this.
Oh, not the other side.
Oh, not that, not
That'll
the,
be natural, but correct.
okay, so this side will be bulkhead, the other side's natural.
Yes.
And then what about on the island thing in the middle? Is that natural on that side?
Yes.
So this is all natural.
That's right. There's 3 canals that are proposed coming in off the land right there, like one there.
Right.
And 2 here.
Oh, okay.
We're likely
These
going to
could-
build
these-
only one of those canals, because they create complications. They're tough things to manage.
Yeah.
So likely in the final phase down here, we're going to build the furthest canal away
Mhm.
and have a long one that's westward facing, but most of the canal will just be the long, but that's still
15,000 linear feet of bulkhead.
3 miles
Yeah.
of bulkhead.
Wow.
So that creates a really great asset for the city that can really be a crown jewel and be one of the nicest marinas on the Texas coast. Anywhere.
What's the canal for?
Besides ours.
What's that?
What's the canal for?
The canal will be, so there'll be homes behind it. So you'll have
So
homes
it's-
that'll build there and look over the natural wetlands on the other side. And then the bulkhead will be there so you can put your boat back against it. on this side over here. And then, yeah, it's got those two breakthroughs there. You see the island's already dug a lot of the canal. That said, there's still 800,000 cubic yards of dirt to be moved in addition to building the bulkhead. So it's not a unmonumental project.
So all that's wetlands back in the back,
On the,
the northern.
yes.
We're back here.
On the west side
Yeah.
over there, yes, all of that is wetlands that'll be preserved.
Yeah.
And all of the other ground that's gonna be behind the canal is already filled. When they dredge the canal, they've already put all the fill up over there, so it may already be higher than we need it to be. We may have to remove some dirt to make it lower. I think it's like 14-foot elevations. Or
Your future home buyers will appreciate that lower flood insurance.
we may take it a little higher too. We're gonna see, we have lots of dirt.
Sure.
Lots of dirt, which is usually not the problem.
Exactly.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So I guess the only motion would be, or our request would be that we get to work with Mr. Parsons to get to it, to make a third amendment. To
Yeah, I don't
extend
think we
the-
need action.
Yeah.
Is there no action on
And
that?
I'll just, yeah, I'm just gonna work on bringing council back just an amended timeline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Perfect.
thank you.
You're welcome. You want me to stay up here? You guys want to
Yeah,
talk
I think
first?
I think you're
Yeah,
up,
might as
you're up
well.
again here, but. Or do you want to, actually, let's talk today and then we'll call you back.
Let's
up
talk.
here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's good. Again, well,
Okay. Oh. Discuss and take action on design, engineering, and funding for the construction of Beach Access Road 1B. That seems to be coming up a lot here. Like,
Okay, so yes, sir, in your packet, you guys, there's some financials. There's also on the first one is this one here that's a engineer's estimate. The current engineer estimate, the updated one came in at $856,727. And that's with, and there's a profile of what that one looks like. That's a 24-foot wide hot mix, asphalt road with a 5-foot tied sidewalk to a curb on one side. And then the other side's just, it just goes natural into a drainage swale. So that's what that 856,000 is based on. And just location wise, that 40-foot easement is located on the south side of the Cinnamon Shore project, right in this area, right in here. And so the only thing that fee doesn't really include is dune permitting. So engineering's in there.
That's about 5,000.
Yeah, I think the dune permit's probably about 5.
You would bond it for like 950 if you're gonna do it because there was extra money for overruns or
Yeah.
whatever.
And then so Councilmember Park had asked, I think last time we came with a 7-year number. And he had asked it like, hey, what would it look like at 10 or 15? So that's in your packet. So those would both be certificate of obligations that council would, you wouldn't have to put that out to the voters. It's a low enough number to where that's something you guys could pull the trigger on yourself. The 10-year debt service, you're looking about 115,000 a year. With the 15-year debt service, it's in the low 80s, about 83,000. Currently sitting in the zone. So zone 2 of the impact fees is the southern city limits, which runs from just south of Cinnamon Shore all the way down to the city limits. So that is zone 2. So any new construction in there pays impact fees that go towards roadway improvement projects that are in that zone. And currently the only roadway impact improvement project is Access Road 1B. So everything that we collect in this zone goes towards roadway 1B if we were to pull the trigger on it. Currently, what was that? 46,000 is sitting in there right now. we think as Cinnamon Shore South takes off, maybe that pot is growing by,
This year, you're about 25,000.
25,000. So if they get hot and heavy down there, maybe it jumps up to 40K a year. So if you're looking at the 15-year debt service, perhaps the impact fee will pay for half of that, leaving you with a $40,000 a year amount that you would have to retire through,
General fund.
general
Wait,
fund
I
debt
didn't
service.
understand that. Is if you wait 5 years?
No. I said, no, that was if you pull the trigger now. You're probably generating enough impact fees in that zone to maybe pay about half or a little less than half of your debt service. Your debt service on a 15-year note is going to be about $83,000 a year.
So you're pulling 20 or 40,000 a year out of general funds to just service the bond.
But if we waited 5 years, then we would
Well,
have
our-
that money.
But our cost of road construction is going to go up like everything else.
Well,
Yeah, your cost of roadway would go up. Your pot would be bigger. I bet you, I don't know what the pot would be, Darla. What would your guess be in 5 years? Maybe that pot's at 200K, maybe.
250 if we have 46 already.
Yeah. Yeah, your pot's going to get bigger as time goes on.
But if we keep having these numbers and we can't get emergency vehicles down there.
Yeah.
But I don't know that we really need the road yet. I mean, we can put it off for a few years.
We can, I think it's needed. I think
Well,
it's-
why? What emergency vehicles have we had problems?
Daniel, you ran some numbers for me. Do you remember your call numbers that you ran down there? I forgot to print those out tonight. Oh, you text them to me?
No.
Yeah, I just hate to keep going in debt for things.
Here, come on up.
We had 78. Approximately 40% of our beach calls come on that, let's see here, from pole 30 south.
Which is what the kind of around the golf course, right?
Yeah.
Beach Access Road 1 is pole 25, 26.
Yes.
And so the golf, so how many was that?
Is it 40%? So I mean, it's looking at.
So 40% of his calls are in this zone.
Calls or beach calls?
The calls there on beach, on the beach calls.
Okay, so
40% of our beach calls are in that zone.
What is the percentage of beach calls versus regular calls? I mean, because it sounds really impressive until you say that, oh.
I mean, total beach calls, let's see here, since the first of the year, on a rough number that I pulled up is about 78 calls.
So 40% of 78.
Right. So which is, I mean, if you look at it, that's kind of, he's saying that area right there had how many calls, Daniel? 40 what?
That we had,
78.
we had 31 calls.
What's the percentage though? of beach
40%.
calls?
40%.
Right. So,
From,
right. You're looking at 40 and that looks right to me. And this is a little bit busier up here.
Mhm.
And that's sitting at 60 for this other. It's almost half.
Yeah.
So what is your?
And the
what-
police numbers were very similar to, it was about a 60-40 split.
And what, I guess, I don't know if you know the number, what is the time what would be the time difference with a road? Because obviously for you, it seems like the best thing would be the road as far south as humanly possible.
Well, not as far south, but I mean, anywhere in the split, I mean, so in the middle, because you're going to have to go backwards either way.
Sure.
So, I mean, it's all depends on the critical calls as well. I mean, if you're getting on at 26 and you got to go to 62 and you have a cardiac arrest and you have to go back to 26 to go back to Corpus.
Sure.
All of that is valuable time. I mean, it all depends on your loved one, but at the same time, any kind of access further south is going to be
Sure.
better
Now,
for us.
let me ask you a question on, just as you mentioned, like cardiac. What kind of numbers are we talking about on beach? Is that pretty high? Is that half of them or? is
Well, I
mostly-
mean, it just depends. A large part of our beach calls are going to be either between the very basic stuff like stingray and jellyfish, and then it goes all the way to drowning, cardiac arrest,
Sure.
broken legs. So it depends. I mean, I can break down every call if you like.
No, I'm trying to get, like, I
give
guess,
you-
life-threatening versus non-life threatening. I mean, and the reason is we're looking at this is, and unfortunately it boils down to city government is dollar figures. what's cost of a life or what's cost of a cut foot versus thinking we got to figure out where that number
But
is.
you're only looking at the emergency aspect of it. It also gets a lot of traffic off that road one,
Sure.
right? And it drops down the jam that you have
I-
at one, the left turns that you have at one. So there's an emergency aspect of it, and there's simply beach access.
Thank you, Daniel.
Agree with you 100%. I'm just trying to.
Right, so if you distance wise, you have from 1A to 1 is 4,500 feet, just shy of a mile. And then from 1 down to that proposal to south of Pioneer is 5,500 feet, so just over a mile. And then just about double from 1 to the city's 40-foot is, right at 10,000 feet, 10,005. So right at about 2 miles.
And that entire beach has a 6-mile gap.
Right, and then down to the city limits, David, is
3 miles.
it's 19,000 feet, about 3, right? And then now all the way down to, if you go way down to 2, it's
Nearly 6 miles.
yeah.
Do we service access road too?
No.
But didn't you say the city of Corpus is looking to put?
Well,
a
yes, we
plan?
did. We did hear that the city of Corpus is thinking about, so back in 1972, just to give everyone a brief history, a bunch of Terramar tracks were platted up and down the highway in this area right in here were all these Terramar tracks. And I think they were in between 12 and 13 acres each, but interspersed within those were beach access roads. And I think there's about 3 of them, and there's about three unbuilt ones. And so Corpus is looking at building one of theirs. And of course, the one in the city, which is called 1B. So these things were put in place 50 years ago because people were strategically planning and saying, hey, in 40 or 50 years, there's going to be enough build out on the island that you're going to need these things. So that's why they were strategically put in and spaced out 50 years ago. So here we are 50 years later, getting close to that point. We do have a lot of, and I think you guys saw these, we had about 15 to 20 emails come in from, I think mainly Cinnamon Shore people that kind of lived on the zone. I think most of them lived on kind of the zone that backed up to the right of way. One thing that, so with talking to you guys saying, hey, the further south, the better, hearing from EMS and police kind of both saying the same thing. One option would be, and Jeff, I think Jeff's still here, is that with you guys coming into ownership of this parcel here, would you guys entertain giving the city a 40-foot easement on this far end in exchange for moving it up against you and your owners on the north end? Because we want it further south possible. So that's something that council had talked about. That way it kind of puts it in no man's land for now, and it gets it away from the homeowners. So it helps them out, although you're eventually going to have a new set of homeowners, but
Yes, at least it's built at that point.
it's built. And so that would be something that, we'd like to see it move further south. We think that's a safer environment for an entry off of the highway with TxDOT instead of being, so close to one of your entries right there. Having, 2 entries isn't the greatest. TxDOT will give it to us, but they really don't like them that close. TxDOT would rather us see it move further to the south. So is that something that,
And I'll tell you, there's a benefit to that too, because you can then build that out since you know that in the future for retail or for other
Jeff,
beach
come on
access to.
Well, that easement's been there since what,
1972, I think, is when it was put in originally.
So let's say I'm not a fan of that as an
Yeah.
idea.
Reasons?
So as you guys know, like I'm a pretty high-end real estate developer. Like that's kind of my game, right? And so Cinnamon Shore is a really nice project. The project, if you pull that down a little bit so we can see the whole canal side.
Yeah.
David, if you draw a line straight across from the northern boundary of Cinnamon Shore North.
Yeah.
No, we have the southern boundary of Cinnamon Shore North straight across to the bay side.
Yeah.
For me, can you do that?
Say what, draw it where?
Take it from the southern boundary
On the south.
of Cinnamon Shore North straight
Yeah.
across to the bay side.
Right here. Right there.
The project for the new property that we acquired on that piece right there
Yeah.
is envisioned to be the nicest project ever built on the Texas coast. Like
You mean this chunk over here?
from beach to bay. It's got.
This whole
That
section.
right there
Yeah.
will have a different look, a different feel.
But I don't think that beach access road would diminish the value. And for some people, it might actually benefit it, especially if you had convenience store, gas station, because those amenities would be easier access for your high-end clientele.
So I can tell you from the voices I've heard from our owners, because we've probably spent countless hours on the phone dealing with them the last couple of weeks since this has come on the agenda items. There are concerns about breaching the dunes and making it easier for storm access to get into the homes.
But you don't have to do that.
You don't have to breach the dunes if you don't build that access.
No, you could build a road.
You can build the road up, but the storm will still go across that. And when you do that, then the lights are going to shine directly in that guy's house because it's deemed to be at 16 feet of height.
What about Pamia and Sunflower? They seem to be able to handle it.
They don't have a 16-foot beam in front of it, and the city, with all due respect, has not maintained the access road in front of their things. There's a lot of times there's big dips and water and just craziness and people getting stuck that they're having to go pull people out of.
Well, so
The predominant wind blows towards the houses. So the fumes are going to be coming there. We have a 10 o'clock noise ordinance inside of Cinnamon Shore. So we have our own security that drives around and makes sure people are quiet after hours. So it's a very family place. And that's just their young kids sleeping. So putting an access road 40 feet or 50 feet from
So
any.
all our plans need to go around you and to
I
avoid
mean,
everything that you could possibly.
See, if you, here's a good street view. This is, we rebuilt Beach Access Road 1 not too long ago. And we rebuilt it. And I believe it's one of the highest beach roads in the city now. And it has a crest of about 14 feet. So it's not just a cut through. I mean, it's specifically designed to look how high it is there. It really crest up. And then as you come to it, you see it dropping. Now I'm at the crest of the hill, dropping back down to the city, but it's a pretty substantial up and over versus a through the dune, which is
right.
Kind of what we would envision this, and we could even make it higher as to not.
So I'm not saying that's an unreasonable request.
So, Jeff,
I'm saying there are 2 or 3 other plans we would suggest and ask the city consider in
So
advance.
Jeff, let me ask you this. That the city's owned that property since 72. Did you let all your owners know that right of way was there?
There is an easement. We own the property.
Right, but I mean, the
You
easement
have
was
an
there.
easement on our property, yes.
Right. But did you let all your owners
That's
know?
public record, yes.
Right, but so they would have done the research themselves.
I don't think it's a secret.
Okay.
Well, I think so. Here, let me give you the city's position. Our hands are kind of tied. City does not own any property along this strip. So
agreed.
This is our only easement. I do understand that the people who have there, and I understand that, all of a sudden they had their house thinking it was vacant property next to them. And all of a sudden now the city's like, hey, we want to put in an access road because the time is right. So I understand that they're concerned. But the flip side is we can't just say, oh, we're going to move it north or south because we don't own any other property. So what
Agreed.
we're kind of asking from you is now that this is this green pasture there with nothing there, if noise or traffic You can build a concrete sound fence. They do them in Austin all the time. I realize it's not free, but that is something, there are issues and ways to get around the concerns that you raise if you're interested in doing
Point
that.
taken. So-
And I would, and I'll say in exchange for it, I would also entertain that you get an access road next to the conference center. So there would be 2 access roads.
They
If
can
you-
do that
if
one themselves.
They can, or the city can partner in with them, because ultimately, at the end of the day, the city is the one who benefits from these roads. And the same thing, your clientele or the people who live in these houses will also benefit if they're on the beach, have a heart attack, break a leg. No one's going to put them in a golf cart and carry them back to their house to wait for the ambulance.
Right.
Ambulance can come down there. So I do see that it benefits the people of this area as well. Now, as far as like traffic, are these roads ever going to be as busy as Access Road 1A or 1? No, because they're far down. If you look at Access Road 2 that Dave showed, I think there's a gate on one of them. And in all of my time, I've probably never seen more than 3 cars on that road. But for an ambulance or emergency vehicle, then that can be a lifesaver. That can be the difference. But like I said, I would support doing both of these roads if that was something you'd be interested in moving this one south.
Okay, so let's, I guess, take a deep breath for a second and kind of get
Sure.
aligned on a few things, right? So, for example, so we're open to be very amenable.
Sure.
And really work with the city. So for example, for emergency access, I would offer to pay for the road. I'll build the road. City doesn't have to have a bond
But it'll only be for emergency
for
access.
emergency access.
But I don't think that's
That's, yeah.
well, I don't think that's fair because it is a Open Beach Act. We have to let people access the beach. And so to make
I'm extremely familiar with the Open Beach Act.
private drive, I don't think that's, I mean, that's, you might as well put a gate on it and have a code where only people can go in there. I don't think that the city as a entity could support that.
Okay. It's not the Open Beaches Act. I'm
But-
extremely familiar with that.
No.
It can be if public access, if emergency access is the issue, I'm prepared to help the city save $1 million. Okay, that's one issue. There's not like an easy magic wand to have 2 magic roads.
I understand.
To buy the access from,
Well, I'm not saying we're
Let's
going
be
to build, we have
clear.
to build both of them
I can be
today.
okay having a marina and have Old Town not be able to come to it without having to get on the road and drive their car and deal with 60-mile-an-hour traffic. Cinnamon Shore homeowners will be just fine. Me building a marina as an amenity to the city, because the city has not built their own second marina, is a great asset to the city. For me to do the deal with Greg Smith is likely going to cost me in excess of $1 million to buy that access.
Well, here is my concern
So-
with the proposed access to the conference center is, and I did look at this, there is a wetland and there is a big pond. So all of a sudden our $850,000, $900,000 project becomes $1.5 million if we build access road or a bridge over that wetland. So for us, it's not a cost savings or an easy, cheap way out.
It will be. There's an exemption inside the, of the national, what's it called, the nationwide permit, nationwide permit to go through wetlands like that with the roads. It won't cost anything extra. And if it does, we pay for it.
What can you do, Jeff, to mitigate the impacts of the neighbors if this road is put in its easement location?
We could build a fence along the back of the property line. We can do that.
You could do landscaping, right?
We can do landscaping, yeah.
I mean, because it sounds like everyone's saying it's not my backyard. I mean, it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And north is not an option. North is not an option.
Okay, so I can tell you guys, I wasn't planning to speak against this as the developer today. I can tell you that what we've got, Bob, who represents the homeowners association here, Daniel was going to give you the facts, and the realistic outcome if this goes forward is 2 of the homeowners that are on that back access are attorneys. There is going to be an injunction filed, and there's going to get, there's going to be homeowners association and individuals trying to stop it.
Sure.
That's
I
not
have
a
the same
developer-led
problem that
thing.
Millar's built.
It's a,
All that traffic's gonna be by my house. I mean,
Well, we all
we all have
dealing
it.
with traffic.
Yeah, everybody.
and I'm not for or against it, just saying that it's a,
Well, like I said, I don't
I'm
think.
trying to be creative solutions.
Sure.
and
I don't
offer
think
to
we're
spend $1
gonna,
million.
we're gonna arrive at a solution tonight. And like I told you on the highway, this is, you go home, you sleep on it and you say, maybe we can make it work, or you come back and say, I'm gonna fight you to the death. And that's,
My recommendation is that I would ask for consideration to give the city access to the marina site. And I'd ask you guys to consider that as our first ask. That if you guys would consider that, it moves the road down an extra mile. It connects the city to where one of the great amenities is going to be for the city.
Mhm.
And it helps make the whole project make sense.
But
There is no world.
I don't see those as exclusive. I don't see that we can have both, even if we don't build both of them now.
How are you going to get the other land?
Well, I mean, this is, you own this. I don't know who owns this piece. I don't think you own
Greg
it right now.
Smith
do you?
owns that. He
Okay.
couldn't be here with us tonight.
And I understand that. So the thing is, you're kind of asking us to take on faith. Greg may change his mind tomorrow and say, you know what? I don't want the road there.
No, I'm saying if you guys will consider that as the alternative, then I will push forward in the city with the city to get a negotiation completed with Greg to make sure we can buy the rights for that access road.
Which I would consider the further south one an alternative, that Bruce brought up. I agree. I think further north is not buying us anything. It gets us another mile down. You're correct. Still have that 5 mile gap between that.
For emergency access or for public access?
Both. Yeah, I don't think this is never, I mean, if emergency access was one aspect of it, was never, when it was really proposed and spoken of, it was not emergency access only.
Told you it was hard.
I understand. So you guys don't care about the city having access to the marina?
I mean, I think we care. I think that's an unfair statement, sir.
Very unfair.
Very unfair. Extremely unfair.
Okay, so my apologies. It's just,
But
it's kind of an either.
I
or.
think
Best
I
I
think
can
it's
tell.
kind of, it's the same thing as me saying that you don't care about the public, you don't care about emergency. And I think that that's not a fair statement for me to make that accusation to you as well.
Are you gonna build houses up to your other, I mean, on this
Something's gonna be there, yeah.
property right here, or you're building another development right there, up
Yes,
to
ma'am.
there?
Yes, ma'am.
So
we're
they'll
doing
have a
that.
road there, it won't be a beach access road, but it'll be a road between your developments there? Or
I'm
are
sorry,
you
I
gonna
understand the
tie them
question, I'm
in
sorry.
together? Are you gonna tie your developments,
They could be either way. We've got, we haven't got that far in the planning. So they could be
so they're
connected
gonna have
together.
houses behind them anyway or something?
Yeah, there'd be something
Okay.
there, but it wouldn't be highway traffic. It'd either be a backyard.
A lot of traffic in my backyard.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm open to having a sit-down session. I'm out there
Yeah,
to work
I
on
would,
things.
I
I'm
would
open
actually
certain
like
options.
to sit down and talk to you. I don't know if we need to make a decision tonight. I think I'd like you to think about what the city's position is and what our options are. And I would support both roads if you were willing to. And, even if we make the second road, the further south road, come sometime in the future, and maybe this one gets a little bit more priority once we know the conference center, we can work on that. But I don't see it as I see it as an and, not an or.
How do you propose to get there? I mean, is the city
I
going to
don't
buy
know.
the other land?
I don't know, sir. I mean, right now, the city has an easement here. And obviously, if we gave it that easement, that would go to you in exchange for a 40-foot easement further south.
Right, which we purchased, or an 80-foot easement. Something wider, we could do
Whatever we agree to.
So Dave, the staff recommendation right now is to take motion necessary on the construction of Beach Road 1B, correct?
Yeah,
So
correct.
I think that I will make a motion to accept that with the understanding we have 3 times to do this, right? That we get to get, so if we have changes, we can go ahead and interrupt that and not make the subsequent motions in the readings, correct, David?
Say that part
We have
again.
to have 3 consecutive motions where we agree.
3
to this.
readings.
Yeah,
Three
so it'd be
readings.
3 readings, so we could.
No, because it's not an ordinance. I mean, you
What would
wouldn't.
we need, how many would we need on this? That's what I'm asking.
Really, it depends on it depends on how you're gonna finance it. So if you do and Darla, correct me if I'm wrong. So let's say we go the bond route. We would bring back Mark McCliney, our bond person that you guys have met before. We would bring back Mark
Okay.
to a meeting that you guys
And while all that's
directed
going
us.
on, Cinnamon Shore can be working on alternatives. or
Yeah, so
ideas
you
and things
so
like that.
yeah, so the financing is what is going to take me a little while to set up because you guys have a couple options. You could do this certificate of obligation, which we would reach out to Mark McCliney, our bond person. He would bring us back in November, or December, as quick as he could. How we're going to set this up, and you guys would actually vote on that. We have to advertise it for a certain amount of time, put it in the paper. So there's some laws regarding that. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it would be if you guys said, we've talked about doing a roadway, a street and drainage bond that we would give to the voters in May. That's another way you could do this. You could throw that in a package with something that you're going to send to the voters, but then it's going to the voters and it's not just in your hands. If you did a simple C of O, it's staying just at council level for approval.
But irrespective, we would have subsequent motions after approval of this one that would be required to build the road.
Yeah, you guys tonight would just say,
This would just say, go ahead and start working. on
yeah,
it.
you guys would say, David, you direct me to come back with the processes for continuing forward with a C of O or 10 years or 15 years,
Yep.
whatever you guys
So
chose,
I'm
and
gonna
it
make the
kicks the
motion
can
to
down.
Take the action necessary on the construction of beach access road 1B.
Okay, but my question is, are you okay with using $40,000 plus of general funds every year to finance this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be,
Yeah, so you guys would prefer the 15-year,
Yes.
the 15-year mechanism,
Because will be with the impact fees.
right? Yeah, a portion, yeah,
A
yeah,
portion,
which I think is
only a
probably
portion.
about
Yeah.
a little less than half, maybe.
Well, how many homes are left down there, Darla, to build right now?
We don't know.
650 or so?
Well, look
Is
at
it
all that.
No, it's
all
thou-
that other
it's
stuff
thou-
he's got.
it's-
So $1,300 per home, correct?
Yeah, I forget what zone 2 is off the top of my head, but it's
It's around 13.
It's right
Yeah.
at,
it's low, it is lower than the other zone because the other zone has the 11th Street in it, which is like a,
I think it's about 1334 probably.
okay, yeah.
So I've got a motion. Do I have a second on it?
Yes.
What is the motion? I
The
don't know.
motion is to take action necessary on the construction of beach access road 1B.
And that means borrowing.
And that was
No, that
through,
means
through,
I'll come back with
right, through the
recommendations.
15-year certificate of obligation process.
No, do we have to do it that way?
I don't want,
Well,
I
you
don't
really
want
need to tell me to do it that way because I need to be able to go to Mark McCliney, our bond person, and say, hey,
I personally
they're
think it should be,
interested
they
in-
should be financed via bond with the roadways.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I kind of
I
think that,
disagree.
I think I sort of feel this has now become a pet project and it's something that I've been supporting for a long time. But I also don't support using general revenue. It should come from impact fees, or the people should get a vote on it, not like, oh, we're gonna bond it out without your say, which is basically what you were asking to do.
I mean, this is,
Get on the city marina.
Yeah, I think City Marina
Right, but
got money back.
everybody would want an access.
well, we
road
have, I mean,
probably.
historically,
These bonds aren't going to increase the tax rate, right?
no, I think Mark said that this would probably be absorbed through, through new construction growth. It'd be absorbed and there
So
wouldn't
people
be,
would still have to vote for it though.
well, no, not necessarily. I mean, historically, and I'm going to not include the marina because that was post-hurricane, but if you historically look at city C of Os, we've done, we did a C of O to purchase the ball field. We did that one recently. That was a council decision for about 2.4 million.
The debt service schedule is in your packet.
Yeah, so council directed C of Os, which did not go to the public. Ball field, and then around 2000,
2.695.
yep, 2.6. And then around 2014, council did a C of O for about 2 million for the stacking lanes that didn't go to the public, correct? Right. Prior to that, maybe a C of O for
1.6.
then you got to go back pretty far, maybe a C of O for Oleander, street and drainage, which was
Yeah.
a little bit, but usually for a road like this size, technically, you really don't have to go to the public unless you guys felt it was such a public issue that you wanted to push it to the public.
Well, I mean, I will say that we got 20 letters and I got 5 more today who are homeowners who are not very excited about it being in their backyard. So, I mean, there's going to be some pushback.
Well,
I'm
we're not
sure.
saying where it's going to be, are we?
Well, I mean, we don't have
Are
any
we?
other place to put it.
This is it. Yeah, it would be 1B. It would be on that location.
We're not going to work with them to try to find another
That's
location.
kind of where I'm at,
During
is I would
during
rather,
the interim time, that is always a possibility, right?
Where
There's
would you
nothing
put it,
missing.
then?
We don't own any other land down there.
Well, we
We
have
have
to have,
easement.
we
We
have
have
to
that
have
easement.
another access to the beach. That access that we have backs up all the way to the highway.
What access?
Well, I
And
think,
one.
and just let me, I'm just trying to brainstorm here. If I recall, Darla, the process for the ball field, it took a while because we approved the one reading of an ordinance in,
He has to approve it.
well, right, but it's a 45-day, isn't there a 45-day period, a wait period? Because when we approved that in December, we had to wait till the end of January for that 45-day period to go through. Then it still comes back to you guys for a final approval. So really from, yeah, it takes a while. So you guys have about 3 months before you ultimately sell the note and commit to the construction. It takes that long to pull off a C of O. And so you guys would have 3 months to pull back and go, we're going to go with a different route, but you're not fully committing. If you send staff down this path, you're not fully committing.
And Bruce, this is not a pet project for me.
No, I understand. That was, sorry, I mischaracterized it, but I will say that I have not received one letter in support of this yet. And trust me, when I ran for council, this is one of my issues. We need more beach access. But at the time, there was no money, and I am not comfortable just saying, hey, we're gonna just pull money out of the city coffers for this. But that's.
Is this committing us to pull any money if we vote right now?
Well, you can always say that it's general fund. You can even say that, hey, using future growth, it's still general fund, but
tax rate, you can cut it.
yeah, most likely, according to Mark McCliney, this is not going to have an impact on our bond indebtedness nor our tax rate. It's too small of a number. Plus, with the help of the impact fee paying maybe half or a little less, it's not a huge lift.
All right, Dave, do you want to go ahead and motion or?
I already have a motion. You've already seconded it.
Okay.
And that's
Anything else?
that's continuing forward with the
Beach access
getting
exactly as you have written.
right with the 15-year certificate of obligation process for funding.
Okay. All right, call the roll.
Councilmember Clark.
Clark, you said?
Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Siddall.
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
I'm gonna go no.
Mayor Pro Tem Holt.
No.
Mayor Brion.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. Stephen, what's your next step on that?
Reaching back out to Mark McCliney and getting the timeline set for
What?
the 50, proceeding forward with the 15-year note. The next step would be bringing back you guys a simple one reading ordinance where you're approving the start of the process, and then you go through that waiting period. Then it's going to come back to you guys probably around January for final approval. So it's got a ways to go.
All right.
Now, I have a question just on that. So when we finally get our letter of approval for the C of O, it's going to designate an area. So we actually have to know by then where it's going to be built. Is that correct?
Yeah, or you guys could change your minds and not do it. I mean, you're not
No,
you're not obligating yourself for anything
But
at any
if you,
point.
yeah,
But I mean, the thing is, so say Mr. Lampkin has not decided yet. He's still negotiating with his partners or other landowners for this. And I guess it's just, I'm worried about tying in something where we haven't arrived at something. But it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's we got a ways to go. So I mean,
Sure.
If negotiate, I mean, you guys aren't telling me to negotiate, although if you're wanting me to keep working with that, I will.
negotiate with.
Well, I mean, if you guys want city staff to keep working with Mr. Lampkin on different ideas that
Well, I would
might
like
come
them
back
to.
to you guys. I don't know
Yes,
if
I
Jeff's
would.
gonna reach out to you guys individually.
I
No,
think we'd be foolish not to. If they come
I
up with
think-
some better idea,
Yeah.
great. But
I'd
this is the
like for
only
you to
place
work
we
with
have
them.
right now.
Yeah. I
So
would.
But I'd
I mean, I'll
pushing it
keep
further south.
working with them, but at the same time, I'll
Yep.
put in motion what you guys
Thank you.
directed me to
Perfect.
put in motion.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. M is an ordinance, the first reading, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 18, Public Places, Property and Services. Article 1 in general, by amending Section 18:1, deleting Turtle Cove and Port Aransas Channel speed limits in its entirety, adding hazardous wake or wash, and providing for severance, reading, penalty, and effective date.
Okay, so in a nutshell, this is a lot easier or simpler than that statement, but
Right.
Thank you.
so we've been talking with, you guys met Ben Baker,
Yeah.
the Fish and Wildlife, Texas Parks and Wildlife guy, that came a couple months ago. So one of the issues he brought up was, and this is also brought up by the people in Island Moorings, was that Island Moorings has no wake zones in their, in their channels and basins. However, unless the city adopts it by ordinance, and then it is also secondarily adopted by Texas Parks and Wildlife, then Texas Parks and Wildlife will not enforce said
No wake zone.
no wake zone. So it's a two-part process. Simply putting up your own no wake zones doesn't mean it's enforceable. So all three of the Island Moorings HOAs sent me a letter requesting it. And I think currently, if you guys are familiar with Piper Channel, it doesn't affect Piper Channel because everyone runs at speed through Piper Channel, but where it starts is kind of right where it flares out, right about there. And so then the area would be their basins and channels. So that's one of the zones.
Except when I'm fishing out there and I want them to slow down.
Yeah, exactly. So that's one of the zones that I included. Currently, the city already has because we do have a no wake zone, although it's never been approved by Texas Parks and Wildlife. So we're also throwing in, this is called the Port Aransas Channel. So that's throwing in there. And then this is the old Turtle Cove Government Basin, that's in there. And then we're also throwing in
The
UT. And
Private marina.
private marina. So now we're throwing it in, it's up to them to sign it, right? So if they want to say, oh, we don't want no wake, then fine, simply don't put up signs. But so the ordinance before you, it's a first reading. The process is you guys will have 3 readings. Once it's approved, once third and final reading is approved, we send it to Parks and Wildlife. They go through their legal, through their board process. They approve it. Then they notify us that it is now enforceable. We can put up the signs and then it's something that they can enforce. So that's what this item is. First reading.
Motion to approve.
Second. All right. Call the roll.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Tebow,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Holt,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Brian.
Yes.
Motion carries.
N is a resolution amending the interlocal agreement, cooperation agreement for the Mustang and North Padre Island Beach parking permit system with the city of Corpus and Nueces County, and directing the city staff to submit the amendment in writing to the city of Corpus Christi and Nueces County, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate the interlocal cooperation agreement and sign all documents associated with said agreement. Everybody understand that?
Yes. Now, questions or you want to go over it?
Well, let me give a brief,
Sure.
I think most of you know where this sits, but just a quick a quick historical briefing. So back in, I don't know, back in the 90s, when the agreement first came to be, the way it was set up was it was all by mileage. In other words, they simply just said, hey, within Nueces County and portions of Clayburgh County, the city of Corpus Christi has 8 point something miles of beach. Here, I'll just be accurate. The city of Corpus has 7.94 miles of beach. Port Aransas has 6.71. The county has 2.79. They came up with a percentage, which was county was 16%, Port Aransas was 38.5%, and city of Corpus Christi was 45.5%. And we're going to sell tickets, beach permits in Port Aransas and Corpus, and we're all going to throw all the money together and then split it up according on the percentages of miles. And so back in 1998 or whenever they did this, I don't think anyone envisioned Port Aransas outselling Corpus. And probably for the first 15 years, that didn't happen. But lately, we've been outselling them by about $300,000 to $400,000 a year. And then we turn around and divvy it up in accordance with those percentages. And they're making about 500,000 more than us. And so it's time to say,
Goodbye.
Hey, guys, you sell your tickets and keep your money. We'll sell our tickets and we'll keep our money. And so this amendment, so we want to keep the same reciprocity so that we're still using the same sticker. We all three, the county, the city of Corpus and Porter, we all agree that we're going to honor each other's stickers, but we're just our amendment that we want to give to them resets, all it does is reset the allocation to where, now what we didn't change was we did not change the county's percentage. We left it the same, just for the sole sake of,
They really don't have an avenue to sell.
well, they don't have an avenue to sell, but to say that they don't deserve anything would create, I think, such an obstacle that the easiest path is to both entities keep them at 16%, meaning that they don't lose a penny, they don't gain a penny. They stay absolutely the same at the end of the day. But what does change is that we get to keep 84% of our sticker sales. Corpus gets to keep 84%. So what I'm asking you guys is to direct me to proceed with that. But I also would like you guys to add on to that motion or resolution to also direct me so that I don't have to come back, that if I get a no from Corpus, would be for you guys to tell me to proceed with is it a 90-day? 90-day, there's a 90-day out in the current contract where we just get out of the contract and we'll do our own thing. So all we have to do is notify the GLO. So
The contract, can we increase the price of the sticker?
increasing the price of the
That's a GLO.
sticker requires a coastal management plan amendment, which
What is
is
it now, 15?
12.
Will that sticker still be able to be used in both?
well, that's our proposal, is that the
Doc, we
sticker
pull out.
system doesn't change.
Okay.
It's all that's going to change is,
But if,
like right now, they make 1 million, or how many stickers do we think they make? 600,000?
How many stickers? Well, last year we sold 118,000 and we sold 58% of the.
Right, so they're making about 200, they're making about 250,000 stickers, and they have a serial number. They give us the top half of those serial numbers, they keep the bottom half.
All right.
So we're saying that system doesn't change. We'll pay them for the stickers, right? To print them. But, and then so basically the process is the same. We all use the same sticker, except we sell ours, they sell theirs.
Well, if we
It's the same
pull out,
color.
if we pull out, then our sticker's not gonna work at Padre, correct?
That's, yeah, well.
I mean, otherwise
you
we're
would-
gonna pay,
you-
we're
you would have
gonna
to
pay $11 a
renegotiate.
sticker for them.
You would have to renegotiate it. You'd be starting from scratch.
We could
But I,
negotiate
you know,
that.
my guess is that
They're gonna accept it.
they're gonna accept the amendment. I mean,
Maybe. I think that they're gonna look at like, we're gonna lose $200,000. They're not gonna go down
They
without a
didn't even
fight.
know what was going on.
They didn't even know.
I don't
Maybe.
I don't think it's that big of a deal to
Okay.
them.
Yeah.
And we can't change the vendor cost or revenue or whatever the term is without a GLO arrangement.
The
amount that the vet, so.
No, that is in this attachment.
Well,
Because
it's-
the attachment C says, the discount rate of 11.50 is established. That's in here, how much your vendor gets.
Sure. Well, I just think that, I mean, just from a vendor point, and I sell these, you know, at 11.50 and it's supposed to be cash, but when someone wants to buy something, you know, I pay more than 50 cents for someone to use a credit card. So for me to sell a sticker on a credit card, actually, I lose money.
Right.
So really the vendors should be $11 and the people selling on the beach should probably pay $10 for them. Make it worth their while to be out there.
But I think attachment C is something, if we do separate this out and we're doing our money and they're doing their money, then this dollar amount becomes your guys' business.
Right, if we stay in the
If
interlocal,
we- Yeah, it's only everyone's business right now because we're all three tied at the hip.
but if we get out of it, then we can make that model.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying, I just think that's, I mean.
Right, I mean,
So step one would be to make the amendment. And then we're each got, that would split the attachment C. And then we would then we could bring that back. So step one is.
all right, so.
Okay, I moved that we do
Well-
that and,
You gotta include the additional.
and.
That if it gets
If it
rejected,
gets rejected, then we'll consider going on our own.
or you direct me to file the
Direct you to-
90-day termination clause.
Second.
All right, done.
Whatever.
I have a second.
Yes, sir. Seconded.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Mayor Tim Holt,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Beyond,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right.
I lost the time guess game, Fran. We're not even down with, we always guess time on.
What'd you guess, Dave?
8:30.
Ooh.
What are you guessing now? 9?
Well, we're not even done with page 2.
That's what I was just going to.
Oh, I'm supposed to let Scott know.
All right, Mayor, sorry, let's keep rolling.
I think it's a lot
Okay.
more than that. You think?
Let's go and move
More than
on
an
here
hour
so we
left?
can get home.
All right, item O.
At least before midnight.
Yes, please.
So let's just get
Item
moving
O.
with it.
Discuss and take possible action on city-owned property located on 361. And that is the golf course cart maintenance.
Okay, when did this happen? This happened this winter, didn't it? The trade with Pamia for the land. It was last year about, yeah. So, and I discussed this with you. So the city, in the original Newport PUD, they were supposed to build a two garage fire station. In lieu of the fire station, the city received 2 parcels of land. One of them is further out the road by the new water tower, which we're using for potential park. That chunk out there, and then the other chunk was the
Old maintenance building.
yeah, it was the old golf cart maintenance building that Pamia leased back, but now they've since reconstructed their new one. So now this building is vacant. In your packet, basically the land comes down, kind of comes over, cuts over to the cul-de-sac, kind of it roughly looks like that. It's
2.3.
Yeah, what is it?
2.37.
2.37 acres. So because the original intent was a fire station, and the previous council knew, Mayor and Joan and Bruce, you guys were sitting on this. We knew because we're moving EMS over to the new fire station building. FEMA's not going to cover that chunk of the EMS move. So we knew we were going to have a money deficit on the new fire station hopefully when it gets built. So one of the things to offset that was, hey, we're going to take this chunk of dirt here in lieu of, I think we estimated a two garage fire station to be around 700,000, 500 to 700,000.
There was supposed to be.
So we wanted something in that range of value. So we received this chunk of dirt. So the question is, and Tim had brought it up, is do we move on it now when the market's hot, or do we sit and, right now we probably don't have the need for the fire money for a while.
But it's something we can put set aside, correct?
Yeah, you can always set it aside. So basically, this was just a general discussion item on getting your thoughts about, do we sit on it? Do we move on it? What do you guys think?
Can you tell me the recommendation here doesn't make any sense?
We had a little typo.
Okay.
Typo.
Yeah, this is not purchasing 3 Chevrolets.
Okay.
It's the recommendation, really, it's just, what do you guys want to do?
I believe since the market is good right now, that we move to, sell the property, take those funds, set it aside for the new fire station.
I disagree. I think the property is only going to become more valuable in the future.
I'd like
I
to sit
don't-
on it too.
I would like to sit on it until we need it, because I think property is going up. It's scarce.
Well, so Dave, is there something that the city can do with it? Say we're going to sit on it for.
Could lease it.
Lease it. I mean,
The building is in really rough shape. Safety wise, major electrical issues. I mean, for us to put someone in there,
yeah, but I mean,
man,
it doesn't mean that you couldn't do a triple net lease and let them go in there and fix it up for whatever they're going to do with it.
if you could find someone to do that, maybe you could get someone to put some effort into it, but man, it's.
Well, I mean, if you're doing a 6-month lease, I agree. But if you agree to it, say 5 years, I think you could probably maybe find someone who could do something like that.
I mean, we're willing to look. I just looking at the electric is pretty, it's a kind of it's not an open air building, but I think just definitely the salt
Salt air
environment
on a
is-
metal building is terrible here.
Went through
Yeah.
Harvey.
Yeah, it went through
I mean,
Harvey.
it did survive.
It did.
Yeah, it did survive. But, for us using it, I mean, it's just so far down the road for,
Yeah.
our public works, taking heavy equipment and driving miles down the high. I can't really find a use. We could move Parks and Rec in there.
I'm sure that'd be screaming.
That was a joke, Colleen.
Hopefully somebody.
Yeah, but
It's just so far out the road for any of our city
Hopefully
crews.
somebody be telling us about the fire department.
If we're voted for sale, how would you approach this? Would it be?
So cities are obligated to sell land. I think we have only really a couple options. You can set a minimum bid price and put it out to closed bid, or you could do a live auction, but we can't just
Use a realtor.
yeah, we can't just select someone who wants to come and negotiate a price with the city. We have to basically bid it.
So what is that zoned?
It's kind of interesting because the current zoning is golf maintenance building.
Okay.
So underlying, it was TR3.
Yeah.
But now, because of the PUD document, it's still technically in the PMEA PUD, and it's designated as golf maintenance.
But that's changeable.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, technically, eventually, prior to us selling it, an owner's gonna say, or anyone wanting it is gonna say, change the zoning. So the question is what's your guys' comfort level on, value wise, you guys could give it a commercial designation and make it a lot more valuable.
I think you would have to if you're going to
Yeah.
sell it. But
Or you guys could just say, well, it came from here, or let me, it's kind of weird, but originally, in the original city zoning, there was a 200-foot strip of commercial, which ran from the edge of the highway all the way down the highway on both sides. And in the 2010 zoning change, everyone said, do we really want a 200-foot commercial strip running the entire length of the city? Because we were just going to be one giant strip center. And so the city said, no, we don't want to be a giant strip center. And we took it away. So there's no longer this massive corridor of commercial zoning lining both sides of the highway. That's what it originally was. When we took that away, we turned it into TR3. So it has gone from a portion of it being commercial, the front half, and the back half being TR3, to now being in the PUD. So technically, if you remove the PUD, you could say the honorable thing would just say, make it TR3.
That would be the honorable thing.
Probably, yeah.
I
If
think.
you
I mean,
said,
we've got
I'm
that.
gonna make it commercial, it would be pretty self-serving, though it would probably generate you a lot of money.
Well, Nash, this question now. So say, since you're next to Pioneer, I'm a RV repair guy.
Yeah.
okay? And I want to go repair RVs. And that is a commercial building that you could fit RVs in, and you could do repair work, AC, repatching, whatever.
Yeah.
And the city's
You
not
want
gonna,
a new job?
no, but the city is gonna lease it now.
I
if
agree.
it's TR3, can you go in there with an
No,
RV?
you couldn't. And here's the other thing, we might get into the comp plan, and out of the comp plan, they're gonna say, hey, you guys have you have nowhere to buy a gallon of milk unless you get in your car and drive all the way to the airport. So why don't you have something to the south where you're not forcing all this traffic to drive 6 miles into the city for a can of Coke?
And
So,
get stuck at the light at the cutoff.
right,
road.
so we might in our comp plan come to the conclusion that, you know what, you need a couple commercial sites,
Right, that might be.
not the whole strip, but you need some pockets of commercial down the highway so that you have the ability to not generate all this traffic trips back into town every time you need a gallon of milk.
Well, I know you're not gonna lease it at TR3.
So that being said, maybe
You have to
it's,
change
maybe
it
it's
before you
not
lease
that
it.
bad of an
Change it before you
idea
sell it.
to have a little commercial pocket there.
Use it.
I said.
But
change
we'll
it
know
before you
soon.
sell it,
What is
not
the,
before.
tonight, we're
And just
voting
leave it the
on,
way. oh,
Tonight, you guys are just saying, sit on it, Dave, go see if you can get a lease, or you say, hey, let's get it on the market. I mean, you got a couple
Are we
options.
looking for a resolution? Are we looking?
No, I think you guys just give me some
I think
ideas.
I think we sit on it for a little bit longer, and if we find that the market's gonna change, even if it goes up and maybe it's down a little bit, it'll still be higher than what it is today.
Somebody comes I agree.
are you negative about asking him to look for leasing opportunities?
Well, if it TR3 or
It's gonna be
golf
very
cart thing, you
difficult.
can't lease it.
Yeah.
But we could always resolve that.
Yeah, I guess I would have to start the rezone process first.
Because you're not gonna lease it as a golf cart only repair place.
Yeah, but that limits then, so that gets into a sticky situation.
It gets sticky.
You
It's
know.
the zoning right now is really too blocking anyone from really using it.
So, I mean,
So
until,
really, the comp plan's gonna say, hey, this is what that should be, and then
I'm okay with.
we go marching down the road.
Property, I just was
Yeah.
brought this up as a topic of discussion.
no, I agree with you.
I mean, and it's brought up a lot of good ideas.
comes up interested and Dave lets us.
Yeah, I bring it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Well, now I have a question. Is the city exempt from zone or zone zoning? If the city owns property and someone wants to lease it for RV repair since it's city owned,
No, cities typically zone their own property, and it could be, I believe, what is the zoning for our stuff? It's called public. No, we zone it.
well, I mean, I know that like
Yeah.
AEP or CPNL or whoever, they basically have their own zoning and they apply when they feel like it, but they're not beholden to city zoning. And I think the
We are.
water department's the same way.
Well, they're not, they're allowed to do, well, for example, school, they can build in any zoning district they want. But I'm not so sure, I don't know what cities, but that's a city facility.
No, but
That would only be a city facility. I mean, if.
But the city owns the property, and so if you were gonna lease it to hypothetical RV repair guy, it would fall under city zoning, is that
It's
correct?
kind of late to be talking about.
No, I'm curious, because basically right now, what.
22, I think we should.
Let me make the
Go
last
talk to
point.
him
and
some
then-
other time.
Yeah,
No, I
but-
think a city use gets a hall pass, not, I mean, if the school district own land, they get a zoning pass for school use, right? They can't transfer that to Joe's Automotive.
5P,
What?
5P.
All right, next item.
Please.
Okay.
We're not even off the second page.
Thank you for keep putting it out
Okay, let's
there.
try to get this done and get out of here.
Right.
Thank you.
P is
Leo.
resolution
Hey, y'all signed up for this.
awarding
I
request
didn't
for
know the pay was
proposal RFP for the construction of the.
Y'all know I can roll through this pretty fast.
Roll fast, sir. Apparently, we got people who are ready to go home.
Bye.
Yeah, why don't you take this is on the Ansel Brunder Pier.
Yeah, yes, sir. And the drainage project, this is the awarded contract.
Thank
The
you.
Russell Marine, they were the lowest and best bidder. They've been vetted. So we get your approval, we'll award, get contracts out this next month, get it done and hopefully start construction December 1st of the year.
So this builds
to
the
approve.
pier and it fixes the
Yeah.
drainage and finishes
And
the
the parking
parking.
yeah.
lot, so we can open up the restroom, the pier, parking lot, all of that. at
And when will it be
once. So
finished?
we'll have a big open.
Yeah, that fancy restaurant.
It is-
Holy-
And the restroom.
Holy crap.
Won't that be something?
Fish cleaning.
Mayor, motion to approve, because
Yeah.
we've been over this a bunch of times.
Okay.
All right, call the roll.
And we want
Call
it.
roll.
Yes.
Everson Holtz,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Bianca.
Page
Yes.
3.
Motion carried.
Q is a resolution awarding request for proposal RFP for the enhancement to municipal marina and Roberts Point Park improvements to Dock 10, Dock 3, to Barcombe construction in the amount of $1,378,500, $378,500 of funds from the EDA grant account number 999, authorizing future budget amendment for 21-22 budget, authorizing city manager act as the executive officer and authorized representative of the city in all matters pertaining to said bid.
Once again, this is the project that we opened a party EDA grant to do those improvements to the two docks, Dock 10 and Dock 3. We'll open bids. Barcom was the lowest and best bidder. We recommend to award. And we can get finished up with that. You know, we've got the rest of the EDA, some of it already going on out there, and it's probably 35% complete. So
Motion
this is just
Yeah.
another one of
Wait, I
your,
have one question. Where's Dock 10, Dave?
Right here. Is
it the ones down by the boat strip,
Wait,
or
he's
is
gonna
it the
show it
little
to
one
us.
behind?
it's these guys right here. That's Dock 10.
Oh, okay. That's what I was
Yeah,
wondering.
10. 3 is,
We don't need it.
Is that where you were gonna put lifts in?
yeah, that's the lifts.
Is that what?
Yeah, this is the EDA lifts.
Yep.
Oh, so we're doing the lifts.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
that's what I
Yeah,
wanted
because
to know.
that's what EDA approves. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll second.
Move on then.
Second.
Second. Call the roll.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Mayor Burton Holt,
Yes.
Mayor Bianca.
Yes.
Motion
Oh,
carried.
that's great. Get that going.
Presentation, general discussion for Brodus and Associates on Hurricane Harvey recovery.
all right, as you see, we have things moving. So
Yes.
we're not sitting here stalemated. Let's start with the piers. You see, we've got our test piles driven, so production piles are on order. We've got the submittals in. Production piles, we're looking to have those middle of the month, middle of November, into November, and start the projects. And then, of course, you know, we discussed
We're going to
Council
start with
Brundrett.
Ansel Brundrett.
No, these are the other.
No,
two.
so the Charlie's pasture and the Roberts Point, we put in the test piles this past
Okay.
month.
I saw
So now we're
that, yeah.
ordering the production piles.
Okay.
So that way we can start the piers, the actual construction of the piers when we get the production piles. I think we have 6 months in the contract off the top of my
Oh,
head,
that's
but I'm
good.
pretty sure that's correct.
And
That's
at the
good.
end of 6 months, we'll have
those two piers will be in place.
Wow, that would be great.
So we're looking at maybe first of summer.
That'd be great.
Sounds good.
Fan-
Any feedback from the Corps of Engineers on the pier, the Brunderet Pier? They were concerned about how.
They made us shift it back a little bit, but we agreed with it. Well, here's the good part. The deep water shifted too. So it's not like the pier shifted back into shallow water. The deep water so the cord came in and pushed back the edges. That's what made the T-head fall over. So now the T-head's basically, if you look at the T-head in relationship to the slope and the deep water, it's almost the same.
It reduced 35 feet is all of the pier was reduced. So, and then of course, like David was saying, they widened the channel and dredged the channel out also.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else to report on?
Yeah, he's got.
Well, I've got several things now. The
Come on.
community park concession stands, 85% complete. We're just on hold on some doors and windows. The skate park is almost 100% complete. We have some non-Harvey issues, some cracking and scaling that we're going to get fixed that the city requested. The one kind of negative, the bulkhead project, we were supposed to open bids on it last Thursday. We had to delay we don't have to re-advertise. We just had to delay the bid opening. There was a portion of the core permit that was not captured in the permit. So we wanted to be sure and have all of that correct. And
So that's going to
and
happen.
then we'll move forward. Yep. Funds are already obligated from FEMA. So we just want to make sure we got all our ducks in a row to move forward. Gas distribution system, that's going to be advertised the first time. I think it's the 4th of November. We're going to advertise 3 times and then we're going to hold the bids and then open bids a month later, which is about 16 December, somewhere along in there. So we've got that
And that's
project
the
ready
gas
to-
in the town.
Yes, ma'am. That's the distribution system. So
That's
we're finishing
what's
up
the estimated value of that one, like 20?
about 25 million is what we have.
So we have money's been allocated then for that.
The money's allocated has not been obligated just yet.
So, okay.
So
So
that has to go
what's-
through another process. We had to do a SFM form and then it's got to go to Congress and be appropriated, but we've got it through the FEMA channels, the CRC. So we're just waiting
So
on
it's
the
pretty
process to
much,
take place.
it's one of those things, it's almost there then.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So, and it should be anytime, like the nature preserve, it's been a kind of a undertaking for the boardwalk system and all. We've got 100% construction drawings. We're trying to schedule that out because you can only do work in the nature preserve between April and October, the whooping crane, winter's here. So we're trying to get all our environmental assessment and all that completed to be ready to advertise in say January, February, award the contract in March, start work 1 April and be finished by the end of September.
Oh, boy, that'd be great.
So
Great to have that back.
So yeah, we've got a lot of things going. Public safety and fire station, we discussed it Wednesday at the meeting. Of course, we said, hey, we just want to go to arbitration and be done. They want to schedule a working team meeting and we're waiting for them, which should take place in the next 2 or 3 days. I would figure first of next week to have that working meeting.
So how does that mean? So working meeting versus arbitration kind of,
They want to sit down and say, well, hey, here's what questions we still have left. Can you better explain these?
But I thought
And-
you've answered these like 20 times, it seems like.
Yes, absolutely. We just.
No, more like 100.
Okay, 120 times.
But you're explaining to 100 different people every time.
I know, yeah,
So
but
it's,
So we just
No.
submitted the last RFIs on both projects. So they come back and they said, well, could you clarify this? And they were going to kick out another RFI. We're like, no, let's talk. And then if we can't work it out, in a working meeting, then we're going to arbitration. on that
So
side.
when's this working meeting happening?
We're waiting on them to have a scheduled firm date.
So-
So it's supposed to be this next week.
So it's supposed to happen fairly quick.
Oh, yes, here in the next few days.
So then if it doesn't happen, so if you don't come to an agreement, then we go to arbitration then?
That's-
Is that
that's
pretty
the
much
plan.
immediate? That,
It's
Oh,
going
no.
to take months to get back on the arbitration.
It'll be 3 or 4 months
okay.
to get it scheduled and get it going.
What did you ever say about the animal shelter? I mean, is that in with the police or is that,
Is there anything?
that building? I mean, did we ever get anything for that building?
For the animal
Yeah.
shelter, which way am I pointing?
The animal
The
shelter,
animal
the
shelter?
repairs to the animal
Yeah.
shelter?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a new roof. It was very limited.
Okay.
It was limited, but yeah, we did all the repairs.
Yeah.
I think there was.
Because it didn't flood.
Right.
It didn't flood. It didn't,
Yeah, that was.
Well, they
that
just
was
need-
all pre-Harvey.
Yeah.
Horrible in this.
Oh, no, I know, but it just needs.
So some financial news,
Okay.
went back to like August. Since August to date, about 2.2 million additional dollars have been obligated over 4 project worksheets. Another 1.1 million have been paid to the city in reimbursements, additional to on top of the other projects. And TDM is processing roughly $60,000 that the city should be seeing here in the next few days or week.
Great. Yeah.
So like I said, we've got things moving, they're coming out of the ground. On it's a lengthy process, but you got to be sure that everything's, correct. And I'm not one to defend FEMA, but this past year in all of Texas, things were kind of slow. You had the ice storm and COVID, so that kind of restricted things moving at a process anyway. So
yeah,
it kind of slowed us down. Any
Squeeze them like
questions?
squeeze them like a lemon, sir.
Sir?
Squeeze them like a lemon.
That's right. We're going to.
and hoping for no freezes this year.
All right. Let's move on then.
All right, y'all have a good evening.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
sir.
If y'all have any questions, anything, you know where to find me.
Thank you.
This is a resolution recording the annual review of the Parks and Rec Department
Oh, we
youth
hate
programs.
Yeah, poor Colleen.
Of care policy. for
Party,
2022.
late night with council.
I hope you make this fast.
So I made a quick report. The review of the standard of care is an annual thing that council's supposed to do on a regular basis. We may be a little tardy because of a pandemic and, whatever excuse. But the main changes to the standard of care that's in your packet are we introduced our record keeping rec desk. That's how registrations are made and how fees are collected. So that verbiage needed to be added. The standard of care for youth to adult ratio, in the last version, it was a range, which is not very normal. And so we made a hard number. It's 1 to 12. We don't exceed 1 to 12. And then the other changes were because of COVID, no drop-ins, no visitors without prior screening or permission. So those are the highlighted changes that you see in your packets. And then this is just a quick fact sheet so that you guys know kind of what's going on with Marlin Academy, Camp Marlin, the ACE program that the school puts on. I just made a quick 1-pager. And so if you have questions on it, you can come talk to me at any time. We don't have to discuss it tonight, but I just wanted to give you a little bit more information on how the program's doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I motion to approve.
Second.
Call roll.
Councilmember Seola,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor Tim Holt,
Yes.
Mayor Beyond.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, T.
Thank you.
Resolution authorizing the Port Aransas Police Department to expend funds for year 2022 installment payments for
Where's LT?
public safety radio system, upgrading the amount of $179,014.22. Funding for the 21-22 budget capital outlay account 050 general fund, capital outlay account number 59300, and authorize the city manager to sign all documents associated with said price.
So wasn't
Or
this,
said purchase?
This is part 2.
okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, this is, I think we had, the original agreement was, I think, 5 payments that we broke out that were non-interest payments.
Right.
So I think it was 2 a year in it, and with 1 in the final year
One in the, right, there'll be one in November.
of 2022, right, the next
It'll be
budget
next
year,
year's budget.
right. And then the project will be completely done, paid for at that point.
And the 2 payments are budgeted.
Yes.
So just because we're just approving because it's now budgeted in this year, that's pretty.
Yeah,
much what-
because we had to spread it out. It was like 2.5 years, I think, basically is what it was, an interest-free finance.
Okay.
on the
It was in the
project.
original resolution.
Right, that's what I thought.
Changed it in the resolution. There it is.
All right. Motion,
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have any questions, so I motion to approve.
Second.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Seola,
Yes.
Mayor Tim Holt,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Beyond.
Yes.
Motion carries.
U is a resolution authorizing participation in the Texas Smart Buy Purchasing Cooperative to the State Controller of Texas, approving terms and conditions and authorizing the city manager to sign all documents associated with said agreement.
So this is basically, we're approving $100.
Right, we are members of several purchasing co-ops. Texas Smart Buy is actually the state of comptroller's purchasing co-op. We are not officially a member, and that's where the trucks are available and we're priced through. So this is to join that co-op so that you can buy the trucks on item B.
Okay, well, on the next item, though, just 1 second. The next item, this says smart buy, but the next one says good buy,
And it should not, it should say.
which why I
Smart
was
Buy.
curious about. and I
Should say what?
Smart Buy.
It says
Smart
good
Buy.
buy, which I didn't think was the right one, but I
Oh,
want
It's
to make
not.
sure.
Agenda item, maybe, goodbye.
Well, I didn't know if it was, I mean, like, I figured it had to be this one, but why are we proving this one and then using a different line co-op? Motion to
Yeah.
approve.
Second.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Chairperson Holt,
Yes.
Mayor Rios.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next resolution is approving the Community Development Block Grant
No,
Nope.
Civil
sir.
Rights Policy.
No, sir, one back. Item V.
Item B, I thought we just,
No, I'm sorry, you.
authorizing purchase of 3 2022 Chevy Tahoes for the police department from Lake County Chevrolet through Texas Smart Buying Purchasing Cooperative
Smart buy.
Mhm.
in the total amount of $120,000, 680 and 25 cents. Funding from 21-22 budget, capital outlay, account 050, general fund, capital outlay account number 59340, and authorizing city manager to set all documents assigned with said person.
We budgeted this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They are all budgeted and these vehicles are actually available and
Wow.
yeah, that's why we had to jump on it this month.
Okay. Motion to approve through smart
And under
buy.
budget.
Okay, second, anybody?
Second.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairperson Holt,
Yes.
Mayor Rios.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The next resolution is approving the Community Development Block Grant Civil Rights Policy.
And that's what we have this printout. of.
Correct.
Yes, so we have the $5 million drainage grant from the CDBG Disaster Recovery Post Harvey. And since that is a very strict federal grant, they require these civil rights policies to be passed by the city. And we did not have them all in your packet because they just weren't ready yet and getting them, but that is the rest of them. So there are actually 7 policies and somewhere in your packet, these are the rest.
Are these for just city policies in general, or is this just for access to money for the block grant?
Well, it is policies in general that are required due to the grant.
So it's sort of a unfunded mandate, but the care at the end is a big chunk of money.
Then we also get.
Yeah, none of them really have any cost.
vaccines
but-
too.
No, but.
We also get good policies.
I have a motion,
Motion to approve.
second,
Second.
call the roll.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Chairperson Holt,
Yes.
Mayor Rios.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next one is a resolution casting the city's 46 votes for place 6 of the new Aces County Appraisal District Board, directing the city manager to forward a copy of the resolution to remain Ronnie Canales, chief appraiser, providing other matter relating to said appointment.
Okay, so this is, if you look at the voting, we're a small percentage and we usually partner up with Flower Bluff in the school district. So the recommendation is to, what's the guy's name?
There's Leo Gonzalez.
Yeah, Leo.
Incumbent.
And I reached out to the school, I reached out to Flower Bluff. Our school district just said, we're gonna vote for the incumbent.
Okay.
I mean, so no one was really strong one way or the other, so that was about the effort I gave it.
Sure.
Gotcha.
Sound good to me.
Yeah, motion to approve Leo Gonzalez.
Okay, second,
Second.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Holt,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Bia.
Yes.
Motion carries.
The next resolution is authorizing a donated community sponsored fireworks show on December 31 of this year, entering into agreement with the Pyro Incorporated, provide a New Year's Eve fireworks display in Roberts Point Park in the total amount of $10,000 and authorizing future budget amendments for 21 and 22 budget. Authorizing the city manager to sign all documents associated with said contract.
This is donated money, correct?
Yes, donated money. So typically the city has always done the summer fireworks show, which is half city, half HEB funds. Last year, I think it was like, because the fireworks got canceled, we did a scaled back version where it was like half the money, all private donated proceeds. The city just managed it, meaning we hired the pyrotechnic guy and then helped with parking, police. It was a big hit. We had tons of people came. So this proposal is they're requesting that they'd like to try it again.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and I think it says it's a city match, but last time I heard there's about $7,000 raised in private and there's.
Yeah,
still
there
some
is
time
no
to go,
city,
so-
this,
Last year there was.
No, that's
Really
really
that-
city match, but this one says that there's a city match.
yeah,
but-
really, there's not an ask
Yeah.
from staff. There's no city ask from staff.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that, sorry.
I'm sorry, man.
I'm never here.
Okay.
I think they're gonna easily hit their target.
I think they will too. They were real close. Like I said, last week it was $7,000 and
We're still out there. Motion to approve?
I'll second.
Second, call roll.
Councilmember Seeloff,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Person Holt,
Yes.
Councilmember Krueger,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
yes.
Mayor Bia.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Staff reports. Accounting and finance. Darla.
You have the written report just to go over some of the final statistics for the fiscal year. So we go on actual collections. So what we collect in the month of September for, say, hotel motel tax is for actual stays in the month of August. We were at 97% compared to the prior year. We finished the year up almost 70% in hotel motel tax compared to the prior year. For this same period for sales tax, we were up about 7%. So we were at 29% compared to the prior year. And our beach parking permits are running about 44% higher than they did the prior year.
Wow.
So those are just really astronomical
Those are good
numbers. Astronomical numbers that are shocking. Last year in hotel tax, we had over 5 million, 5.3 million. This year we broke 9 million.
Wow.
I could tell you. I saw them all.
Right, right. So, I mean, it was one double, but it was.
Drove Joe's house too.
70%. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer, but those are the big metrics that I think kind of hit the eye, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for
All
keeping
right,
us
our
in the
next
black.
deal is Police. I take it, yeah, there he is.
He's still here.
He's still
He was
here?
sleeping over there.
Yeah, still napping a little bit, but it's all good.
I can
Uh,
It's
understand
Police
that.
and it's Scott and Disney World.
He claims this is his last trip ever.
Yeah, whatever.
He swears.
It's too late for the boots, gotta save the watch.
That's what he told me.
Never again.
September, we started to see a little bit of a slowdown. I think we had 1,600 total incidents, 28 arrests, 260 charges filed through the municipal court. And you got the breakdown of all of that. If you
Go back over the arrest again.
28 total.
Good Lord, look at the beats.
Yeah.
What do we?
What's his name?
Go ahead.
Alex.
Yeah. He just.
Go ahead.
He does a great job.
Yeah, he sent this past weekend. Sorry. These numbers are gonna be up because of Sandfest this past weekend. He wrote a bunch. Yeah, we had 20 total arrests in September. 260 total charges through the municipal court. And then we arrested 28 people and filed 31 charges, 16 were alcohol-related offenses, including 1 DWI, 3 felony charges for drug-related crimes, 4 people were arrested on 5 different warrants, 3 misdemeanor, no felony assault charges were filed that month, and 2 charges classified as other were also filed. And we had offenders that were charged with more than 1 offense. And we are actively filling vacancies rapidly. That was funny how that started. When we started advertising that new pop scale was going to come out, we started getting a flood of really good qualified applicants.
So
So,
so that we are getting called.
oh, absolutely. Y'all met Esther tonight.
Right.
She looks like she's going to fit in real well with us. The one y'all didn't get to meet, some of y'all knew him prior to him leaving us, Alan Graham. He was a sergeant with us for a couple of years when Harvey hit. After Harvey, he and his wife, they moved to California. He attended seminary there and he preaches in a church on Padre Island. And he's come back to us. He's settled back in and he's got his routine, and law enforcement has always been his calling. So he came back to us, which is really good. We have 2 other candidates that are in the process of being hired right now. Both of them are from out of state.
So we're bringing a lot from out of state. That's
wild.
Well, they're both originally from Texas,
Okay.
so they're coming back home.
Okay.
One's
Makes
from
sense.
Portland, Oregon. One is from Washington, somewhere in Washington State. We're anticipating them, huh?
Did they get defunded?
They are not happy with their current situation.
Right.
So that's why they're coming back home to
Great.
Texas.
We'll take them.
Yeah.
I mean, so they have long-term experience, the ones coming in.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. So we're anticipating them hopefully mid-November, beginning of December. We have 1 conditional job offer out for one of the positions that becomes available in April. We think we can probably have another one done by then. We've got somebody that's in talks with right now. So
we'll be fully staffed then.
yes.
Well, that is great.
Well,
I haven't been able to say that in a long time.
Don't speak. Don't speak.
Yeah, no, it looks like, this is the best batch of applicants we've got over the past several months than I've seen in several years.
So you may or may not be able to answer this question, but I've noticed certain days there only appears to be maybe one officer on duty.
During the day shift is where we run our shortages.
I mean, is there?
We never have just one on duty. We always have at least 2. Day shift is where we try to carry the shortages during the weekdays, Monday through Friday. We do have detectives that are on staff that are available to respond to emergency calls.
They might not be out on the street.
Correct. Yeah. Our detectives work a lot in the office because just the nature of the beast nowadays, there's a lot of stuff that they have to do online as far as their investigative stuff. But yes, we always have Monday through Friday, we will have at least 4 on. 2 of those, which will be office staff that are assigned to the office mostly. But they're not actively patrolling. Yeah, but they're available for emergency
Right, so if
response,
there's a
obviously.
call or something,
Sure.
they can-
Yeah.
And generally, if they're in the office, they can get out pretty quick.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're like ready to go. I mean,
Yeah.
So if it's like something bad, they can.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Yeah.
ask some questions.
Yeah, no, you're good. Whatever you need answers to, I'll be happy to.
Keep up the good work, sir.
Thank you.
We're gonna
Yes.
try.
You guys do an
Thank
amazing
you.
job.
Yep.
Thank you, LT.
All right.
Thank you.
At the point of other business.
Yep, item 7.
They're like, let's get the hell out of here.
I know he's trying to get
citizen.
out. I just want to talk about the cat house.
Yeah.
Not the cat house.
Oh, yeah, the
but-
Yeah, real
Cat
quick
house.
too, just for the
House of
record,
cats.
Tim, I'd like to apologize for snapping at you earlier. I thought I just got a little hot and I shouldn't have done that
I
like
didn't- I
that,
mean,
so.
Well, I guess my
I
analogy
apologize.
would
So-
be if we tell
I
me-
accept the
if we tell
apology.
you to
I
go buy-
mean, but it's
if
like.
we tell you to go buy a pickup, I would expect you to come back and
Yeah.
say, hey.
Anyway,
we went with
I'm
Dodge.
sorry. I
We
should-
went with the
I
Dodge
get little-
because it
I get
was
to- I
cheaper
get-
and
no
had
problem.
more horsepower and, was.
I know, I could have
I'm
done
good,
it.
I'm good. I mean,
That's-
you know,
I'm
I
sorry.
mean-
What
If
about
he
the-
hasn't
what
snapped
about
at
the
you,
cat
then
lady?
you're.
I'll give you a cat update. We are making progress on it. believe it or not, the guy kind of reached out today and said he had hired some professional trapper to come out.
Oh, okay.
Well, why not? I
Well, that's
So,
good. I mean, that's.
we don't know what that
So
means,
is
but
the-
we're individually, it's the Trojan Street Cat House, but we are individually working with, I met with our animal control person today. I asked him for, please give me an in-depth report on where this is.
I don't know exactly where.
I know Carlos, well, no, I mean, just where we are in the line of events, what's the history of this dude? The guy is willing to work with us. So we have put in a request for him to stop feeding the animals. So that we can start, we have been, that's one thing we need to do. We need to get in. He's moved in with his brother. So we need to look at the house. It was reported at one time, he locked all the windows, so to lock the cats outside. But anyway, I need a full report, but I will get it.
It sounds like.
I'll get it by Tuesday.
Health issue.
And then we talked to Tim
Yeah.
about bringing you guys some ordinances to
Ordinances.
where we're putting some
To limit-
limitations on.
Yeah,
That's what number of animals
Yeah.
that you can have.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
anyway, I'll give
And
you,
then-
I'll have an update to you
And I'd
by
like to
about
know what they're
Tuesday.
doing with all those cats. I mean,
70.
When the cows are eating.
Well, we think now it's down to about 30.
Oh,
Coyotes?
God.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what do you hear on the Nueces County property?
Talked to Chesney yesterday. It'll be on the next county commissioner's agenda.
are we buying it?
Well, we're entering into negotiations to purchase, yeah.
Tell him you won't vote for him if he doesn't do
Yeah.
that.
That's right. If he wants our vote.
And you're continuing with the transfer station activity?
Yes, if you, you and I'll give you a briefing on that. It's been,
Everybody else?
No,
yeah,
we're not allowed
I'll
to
keep
discuss here,
everyone
actually.
informed.
Okay, that's fine either way.
Yeah,
But I would like, what about the final thing about discussing in public? What about the communication portal? if
Oh,
what they
that's,
call it?
we're gonna have, that update. We're gonna have that to you guys. We're testing it out in about a week and then we finalize it at the November meeting. We'll bring it to you guys at the November meeting to finalize.
Thank you.
So it's
Excellent.
it's almost, it's probably at 99% completion. So they're gonna have it to Peggy within about a week, and then she'll run the traps on it, get it, make sure it's all loaded up, operational. Then we'll bring it out to you guys for one final look, see if you need any more tweaks.
And rules on what we can say and
Yeah,
not say.
yes, yeah, and then we'll be finished with it.
Okay.
And then you guys will have this, our own city web version of the location.
Okay,
All right, so.
thank you.
And you got your new.
I do, yeah. Next time you buy it, see this one, see, I told you what I wanted on the computer. right? I said, hey, I want this processor and this way and this.
And they got you exactly opposite.
Yeah. Shut up, Bruce.
Any other comments?
I wonder if we're getting a headhunter to look for an assistant city manager.
No,
Why don't we?
Why not?
because they want 35% of his salary.
So it's over 30 now.
Yeah, well, no, for the first year.
That's over 30.
So we did go out to, we reached out to Freeze and Nichols planning HR people, and we said, where in the hell can we find a planner? And they said, good luck, because we can't find these like 5 to 10 year people, these professionals that are like 30 to 40 range, that they're like, good luck, this is where we look. So we're on about 3 new web pages, and we've been on it for about 3 weeks now.
Can't we
Would you
just
say,
do-
Fran, 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
3 weeks.
Are we
Yeah.
getting any semi-qualified even?
Can we do what what other people did to Urban, just hire away their best people?
Yeah. Just go to Freeze and Nichols and hire their people.
I can't, I can't say the name in public.
The good news is, Joan, is that we are moving forward at light speed with the comp plan. Hell or high water,
Thank
whether I have
God.
an employer or not. It's
Thank
coming.
God. Yes, I'm excited about
I'm no
that.
longer using, I don't have help as an excuse.
That's right.
We're just freaking doing
I
it.
have one other thing.
Oh,
wait, wait.
Mayor has something. That's right.
I do want to let you folks know that I have pancreatic cancer. It's stage 4. My liver has now been involved, and I will begin chemo treatments tomorrow.
Praying for you, sir.
Pancreatic cancer is the worst cancer someone can get.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna do my job until I can't do it, and then I will resign. So that you know.
How do you feel now?
I feel fairly decent. I'm in constant pain, but it's not, at nighttime, it gets real bad. It'll knock the top of your head off.
Well, sir, no matter what you do, keep fighting. Because I know two people who have had it. One of them, basically, really, both of them are relatives. And if you fight it, it does extend your life.
I'm gonna
So
fight it.
don't just
I'm
give up.
fighting it down.
Yes, you are. You're
Well,
doing
good.
great.
Hmm?
You're doing a great job of fighting that.
Yeah.
And getting out here doing this kind of stuff, gets your mind off of it.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, you
Yeah,
could
but
like
if you
maybe
need
take
somebody
something
to
else.
harass you a little bit, I will.
And,
I know you would.
I can start doing that too if you need help.
and
with
Mr.
that.
Mayor,
But I just wanted you guys to know
Well, I
that.
appreciate that.
Mis-
We're gonna all
Mr.
be
Mayor, put on
praying for
weight.
you.
Hmm?
Put on weight.
It helps to eat more.
I
Yes.
know Sherry's telling me that all the time.
It really helps.
I tell you, you don't have.
Did
an
you finish your
appetite, though.
insurer? I was
That's the
supposed to
problem.
make sure. Did you finish your drink?
No.
Finish your drink.
Well,
We want to see you do it. She's already texted me.
Did she?
Yeah.
Dang it.
She just said, did he finish his drink? Don't give her a hard time.
Now
She
we're
just
all
said,
gonna be
get-
saying it.
yeah,
Did you
yeah,
finish
did
your
It's
drink?
funny how I get my orders now. I get my
Yeah,
orders
they get your name now.
from my wife.
That's okay. You know what? Welcome to the club, sir. If I didn't have people tell me what to
Mayor.
do all the time, I would
Mayor,
be
we're
lost.
all in cahoots working against you,
Yes,
so
that's
just
right.
deal with it.
I can't
It's
believe it.
Sherry, it's me, it's all these guys. We're all teaming up
She
on
goes
you.
on the phone and makes all these deals, and I don't know. the
You're not supposed to know.
Yeah.
I should know.
So to get the drip, do you have to stay in the hospital or just while
4
you're doing
hours
it?
tomorrow.
Okay, so it's like a kidney
Just in
thing, you
Corpus.
just sit in there.
Do
and
you
do
have
it
your phone? We can text you.
Yeah, well, we can text you.
And she can't be in there.
Oh.
Because of COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I tell you, that COVID thing has messed everything.
I know
Well,
it has messed
When
everything.
you watch TV, whatever you want to watch, not what you watch.
Yeah.
That's what I get. I'm like, oh, I get to watch TV.
All right. She won't.
She'll get mad at me. Don't write me out.
You can come over here and yell at you instead of.
I know, shit. Don't wrap me out.
Problem is, the first night she watched